Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Everyone can hear me? Yes. All right, before we start, I'm going to ask everyone who's sitting at the back to come to the front. The persons who come a little bit later can easily fill in other than to come past everybody and come to the front. All right? The front is still free. All right. We extend our warmest welcome to you as we kick off the University Hospital of the West Indies Department of Social Work second annual symposium, and I think that deserves a round of applause. Big round of applause. Your presence here is highly appreciated, and we are thrilled to have you join us for an inspiring and informative event. Before I continue, help me to welcome our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Fitzgerald Mitchell. He is on his way over. When he comes, I'm going to invite him to stand and he can wave to us all. Our Senior Director for Human Resource Management and Development, Mr. Dwayne Nelson. I'm going to ask you to stand, sir, so you can be easily recognized. And Senior Director for Nursing Development, Mrs. Elena Thompson. Wave for the person to see you, please, because they're a little bit short. Our Senior Director for Clinical Services, Dr. Carl Bruce, and he will join us later in the program. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the Department of Medical Social Work, their Diamond Jubilee. The dedication of the medical social workers over the past 6 decades and the impact they have had on patients despite the challenges with resources and strain to their own well-being is a testament to the love and passion social workers have for the work and the people they serve. As they celebrate World Social Work Month and their Diamond Jubilee, it is fitting that they pause, pivot, and promote wellness in keeping with the theme, Win Bigger, Live Good, Share the Future for Transformative Change, recognizing medical social workers as catalysts for change. The symposium will prioritize discussions on self-care for social workers and healthcare professionals. It underscores the importance of nurturing mental health as their ability to advocate change hinges on their own well-being. So today, you will be exposed to presentations focusing on practice competency, social work best practice, secondary traumatization, what it is, and how to equip one's toolbox. Play therapy, a therapeutic modality, and regulating good mental health do's and don'ts. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Put your hands together for yourself one more time. And welcome. And I want to also make welcome those who are joining us via virtual platform. And I'm going to be asking now for Mrs. Jacinto Lati Dixon to come and open us up in prayer, please. And then after which I'm going to be asking Mr. Joel Holding to come and give us his beautiful rendition of whatever it is.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask everyone to stand as we pray. Gracious God and Father, we thank you for an opportunity today to gather here in your presence. Lord, we thank you for everything you have done for each and every one that is present here today. And we ask, God, that you bless today's proceedings. May our minds be enriched with knowledge and understanding, Lord, as we share from our different areas. I pray, Almighty God, that you will continue to bless the Department of Social Work. Bless the staff, Almighty God. I pray, Almighty God, that you will bless them and fill them with compassion and love as they discharge their duty. I pray, Lord, that you will continue to guide them, guide their steps in every way. I pray, Father, that everyone will work together for the good of those we serve and those we seek to impact with our duties and with our lives as well. I pray, God, that you will continue to bless each and every one of us, Lord. Help us to work together in love, unity, and in peace, Almighty God, as we do good for those that are in need. Continue to be with us now, Lord. I pray, Lord, today's proceedings will be good and be wonderful and be enriching for each and every one that is present, Almighty God, here and online. Bless each and every one of us now, Lord. We tell you thanks in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right. Yesterday I was with some students and I tell them, you know, you can't let fat people outdo the slimmer one. So good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. It's Social Work Month. And you know, when it is Social Work Month, you know, social workers, we go big, broad, extravagant, and we celebrate with fullness.
Yes.
With this team, I wanted to find a song that was, you know, fitting. But this one is more fitting to my life, especially what keeps me going in doing social work. And even though I've stepped out of the profession into psychology, it still keeps me going. And I do hope that those who are online and in this space will be blessed. That gives me strength from day to day. It will never end. It's all for it reaches to the highest mountain. And to the lowest valley. That gives me strength from day to day. It will never. It's all. It's all my days, and in trials, all my days. The blood that is red from day to day, it will never, it's all for it reaches the highest mountain, and it flows to the lowest valley. Oh Lord, the blood gives me strength from day to day. It will never for it reaches to the highest mountain, oh, and it flows to the lowest valley. Oh, the Lord that gives me strength from day to day. It will never, it will never lose. It will never lose. It's all.
That was a wonderful rendition from Mr. Holly. Put your hands together one more time. Amen. One thing I can say, when you know somebody can sing, you have to watch their mouth keenly. And if you notice, Mr. Colin had a very good tremble. He had a very good tremble, and we know with the youth that had that tremble, and everybody spoke about that tremble. Mr. Colin had that tremble, so we know that he can sing, right? Amen. There is no doubt in our minds that he can sing. Put your hands together one more time. That was indeed a beautiful rendition. At this time, we're going to be getting greetings and salutations from some of our important members here with us today. And I'm going to be asking Mr. Dwayne Nelson, our Senior Director of Human Resource Development, to come and to greet us. Put your hands together and make him welcome, please. He will not come for that. All of them go together. Those who are present and those who are online, just tap the screen, tap the screen. Mr. Nelson, you may come, sir.
Thank you so much. It really is my pleasure to be here and to be among my colleagues on the second annual symposium put on by the Medical Social Work Department. It's one of those departments that you have to admire for their professionalism. And indeed, this is another example of the professionalism of this particular department. Your theme, shared future for transformative change. I like that. And my few words today in respect of this particular symposium is to remind us that 99% of species who have lived on this earth have passed, they've all died out. What that tells us is that life is about change. It's not, there's no stability. What was yesterday is not what is today. Interestingly, I was surfing the social media and I saw a particular article. It's where the president of Russia, Mr. Putin, had opened the vault, and in that vault was revealed a lot of Christian iconography And they all had black Jesuses and black disciples and black Jews and all kinds of people, which kind of goes in the face of what we perceive to be those people back in the days, you know? And of course, these paintings are from the 1400s, old, long ago paintings. That's very interesting that even what we perceive as reality today may not be reality tomorrow. Life changes. I was young, now I'm older. Not staying young all the days of my life, but as the Bible says, man that is born of a woman is of a few days. And there's another part, it's full of trouble. But I challenge us today that in these few days that we live on earth, because earth changes, things change, we're not going to be here forever. Let us make an impact. Let us make a difference. No matter what little corner you are in, make a difference, a positive difference. You matter. You may not matter to the entire universe apparently up front, but you matter to somebody whose life you touch. You matter. No matter what you have to do, what your profession is, no matter how small it appears to be for you, you matter in life. And I leave you with the words of this poem from the Psalm of Life. In the world's broad field of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not like dumb, driven cattle. Be a hero in the strife. Thank you very much, social work.
The hands together one more time for Mr. Bruno Nelson. And coming to us now, he was not here earlier when I greeted him. And I'm going to ask you to put your hands together. Big round of applause for our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Fitzgerald Mitchell. Now I'm going to big round of applause. He will be coming to us to give us greetings at this time. Can we clap until he is here, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm here, so you don't have to clap it. I want to thank you for inviting me to the symposium today. One of the things that I admire about the University Hospital is that the University Hospital cares and is concerned about every aspect of the lives of every single patient and staff that come through its doors. I am really particularly proud that the medical social work department, when I came here, there were, some of you probably weren't even born yet, but there were people here that were doing fantastic jobs for our patients and staff. I remember quite well those medical social workers who would go into the homes when we had children coming here from the various homes, and they would go there to ensure that after their discharge from the hospital, they were well taken care of. I remember folks being discharged from hospital after being burnt out and had nothing, and the medical social work department would have gone around to ensure that they would go to corporate Jamaica and would get from them things for them to start all over. I remember sending out to our transport over to Jamaica Boilers to collect chickens and give to folks that they can start life, ensure that they could get back on their feet. So I am particularly proud of this department. It's one of those departments that is not often recognized. One of those departments that a lot of people tend to not look on and say, well, they are doing something for the hospital. They're not doing surgery, they're not doing ophthalmic care and all of that. But I believe that this department has touched more than a lot of life here at the University Hospital and beyond. I can remember as I see one of my, I'm working as a social worker from the psychiatry department. I would also recognize that from that time also, quite a lot of our medical social workers would work in that department, and they would help a lot with the challenges of mental health patients who live here and not have sometimes anywhere to stay, not having any clothes, and they would assist with that. So I believe that your theme from the symposium is quite fitting. It is taking us back to what, as medical social workers, we need to be helping folks to be transformative. And I want to thank you, Mrs. Hemmings, and the rest of the team for inviting me and for me to say these few words. I give you not just a challenge, but I give you my support. I want you to know that from where I sit at this present time, I don't know what tomorrow brings, but from where I sit now, I want you to know that I will support and defend the medical social work department here at this hospital for as long as I can. There is some challenges we have with the department, and we have been told that we must do this and we must do that to fix the department. My aim, Mrs. Hemmings, is essential to move that department. I believe it's in an era that does not bode well for the health of the staff that is there and also for the clients that it serves. We need to look at an era befitting the medical social work department. And that's something that I really want you to think about in going forward, Mr. Hemmings, that we are not just to say, well, that's where we are. We have been there for the last 60 years. No, we must stay there. There are greater heights to gain from the medical social work department. I believe that you have the capacity. I gather that quite a number of our social workers here are not just first degree trained, but they also have their second degrees, and I gather that many are moving on towards even other terminal, I was gonna say illness, but other terminal degrees, and that's what we want. I don't want this hospital will support that, and as best as possible, wherever training is needed, the request just needs to be made. Again, I want to thank everybody for coming. I don't know, and maybe it took some people by surprise that the medical social work department is going to be doing a symposium. But that's not something that we want to be a surprise anymore. We want it to be a big thing, a huge fixture, that it must be wide. There must be people lining up on the door to try to find seats to get in here. All right, so I'm challenging you. That's where I challenge you that come next year, that for the symposium that you will do, make it bigger. Start early, start from January to advertise and to tell people to come. We have far too many people here in this hospital, not for a wider cross section, not to be here. Important, and I believe that you are doing a fantastic job as medical social workers. Continue the good job. I can't stay, thank you so much. I can't stay for the meeting because I have so many others to do. But I want to again thank you for all that you do, and welcome.
Put your hands together one more time for our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Fitzgerald Mitchell.
No.
And as you can see, the colors representing social work department is red and black. So the social workers that are here are easily identifiable, right? They are easily identifiable, right?
Yes.
They're all decked out in their red and they're black. And they are very smart people. Told them to move from the back. They moved from the back and they went over to the side. And so I'm going to be asking the smart social workers in red and black to come up a little bit closer. And please note that me, Mr. Nate Robinson, is also in red and black, which means, as I said last year, that I am a social worker without portfolio. All right? That I don't have any responsibilities as yet, but I'm always in social work department. So I always help out with everything that they need help with. All right? So put your hands together one more time for the social worker thing. In red and black, we move from the back and the side and come up a little bit over to the front. So I want to also make welcome. I saw sister. We would like, we always say, or Mrs. Jasmine Thomas, she's not on the program, but she is a public health nurse in the public health department. I'm going to be asking her to just stand and to just wave to us all so that when you see her on the corridor, you know who she is, right? All right. At this time, I'm going to be asking Mrs. Eleanor Thompson, and she's the Senior Director of Nursing Administration, which is social work. She will be coming to us, and I'm sure she is much taller than this podium, but she has enough leverage so that you all can see her and hear her. Put your hands together as she comes. And don't stop.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience here and those in the virtual space who are sharing with us, a very pleasant morning to you. It's indeed a pleasure to have been invited to bring greetings on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the Department of Social Work at the University Hospital of the West Indies, and this the second annual symposium. It is also a celebration of World Social Work Day. And of course, as we have been informed to date, we are celebrating under the theme Good Living, a shared future for transformative change, and the sub-theme, empowering social workers, inspiring action, leading. In seeking to examine a bit about the history of this professional body, I came across Ida Maud Cannon, who in the 19th century was one of the first recorded medical social workers. And of course, there were a few others, but I just mentioned one this morning. And this profession is reported to have started out with volunteers. Then it became occupation in the 20th century and a fully recognized professional body in 1930. As members of the team, and particularly social workers here, we live and work in a very dynamic space. Life is always evolving, and I'm sure that much has changed since the inception of this discipline. As you evolve, I invite you to embrace the transformative change. I invite you to rise to the challenge to become empowered, even as you seek to empower others. Be open to leading in the process of effective change. And the change we're inviting you to provide is transformational change. Leaders who make a positive difference. It is indeed through a combined effort that we will best meet the needs of the clients we serve as members of the healthcare team. Quality care has been and remains a team effort, and we seek to provide care that is based on the evidence that supports the changes we wish to make. We have been in partnership here at the University Hospital, not just for the care of our clients, but in facilitating teaching and other aspects of care in the organization. It is my pledge that we will continue to work together as this team who supports our clients and meets them at their point of need. And so I anticipate the day's presentations as the speakers will share knowledge and expertise to discuss issues linked to the theme today, and we'll leave here having gained new knowledge. Best wishes for a very informative and productive symposium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, sister, we all saw you. At this time, we'll be having our first presentation by Dr. Joy Harrison. I'm going to be asking you to stand, ma'am, while I read your biography. And she will be coming to us to do a presentation, practice competency, social work best practices. All right? So Dr. Harrison holds a PhD in public health, has a master's of social work, and a postgraduate diploma in education and training. She is a trained counselor and psychoeducator. She works in the Department of Community Health and Psychiatry for more than 10 years, where she lectures in the undergrad, MBBS program, and in the Master of Public Health program. Additionally, her duties at the Community Health Center, UWI-MONA, include intervention with patients experiencing psychosocial challenges. Her professional affiliations include Jamaica Association of Social Workers, Association of Caribbean Social Work Educators, Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission, and Center for Addiction and Mental Health Alumni Association, Mixed Methods International Research Association. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together until she gets here for Miss Joy Harrison. If she does not touch the mic, if you don't touch it, it means that you're not to stop. All right? That's the rule. Right? That's the rule. Dr. Harrison. Put them together. She has not touched the mic, people.
Thank you.
All right, so while we sort this out, I say this is weird. My social work started, can I say that? This was the first thing that worked as a social worker. So I come back home. I never left. I worked at the detox unit at the time, which falls under, the Department of Community Health and Psychiatry. Now I'm at Com Health, so I never left. I'm still here. All right, presenter show. Present overview. Just a minute here. All right, so good morning again, everybody. As you heard, I'm Joy Harrison, and today we'll be having a discussion about practice competency. I don't know, this is not my computer and it's not responding to me well. All right, so practice competency, social work best practices. And I think you were looking at my presentation out. I'll be briefly touching on some definitions, then move on to discussing where I believe competency begins in social work, some competencies inherent in the profession, some dimensions, some levels of competencies before we look at a few best practices. But before I get there, these are some abbreviations you'll be seeing throughout my presentation. So I just want to, share with you the definition of these so I don't have to go back over them while I go through. So you're reading them, Council on Social Work Education, CSWE. When we talk about EVP, we are talking about evidence-based practice and evidence-informed social work. EPAS is an educational policy and accreditation standard. The National Association of Social Workers, NASW, and this one, RD, Research Development Initiative. Now, defining the word competence. I know you have an idea of what competence is, but Driscoll said that competence is the ability to perform tasks. And he qualified this. It's not just performing a task, but performing this task fully and properly. Right? Now, McKnight is saying, yes, you perform a task, but it's an ongoing ability. And I like the word ongoing ability to not just practice fully and properly, but safely and ethically. Now, I have one last definition here, which is from Globike and his friends, who really just collaborate with the other two in saying that competence speaks to the ability of that individual, any individual, to complete a task. But I particularly like McKnight's definition because it says to us, when you finish that first degree, you don't remain there. And what you're competent in now, a few years time, you might not be because things have changed, technology and, ways of doing things have changed. So you have to change with the times. Now, when we talk about social work, competence in particular, it follows that competence in social work is the ability for the worker, for that professional, to exhibit proficiency in principles and practice of the profession, right? So getting these definitions out of the way, where do you think competence begins? Quickly, anybody? Where does competence begin for you? Okay, all right, I'll tell you where it begins for me. It begins in the classroom. Yes. Competence must begin in the classroom. Pedagogy and student attitude. Pedagogy in terms of techniques or educational approaches that are used by educators to engage learners in tandem with a curriculum that is geared towards preparing prospective social workers to be competent professionals. Now, the International Association of Social Work Educators, in their updated policy of global standards for social work education, emphasize that the measurement of practice behaviors are indicators of professional competencies. So even that global standard, they're saying education plays a crucial role in preparing students for values, knowledge, and skills which are required for a person to practice competently. Now, looking at all of that, I believe that competence begins with that person, with that individual intrapersonally, the ability for that individual, for that student to be able to understand the principles, the practices, the values of the profession, assimilate these and put these into action. Yes, but it doesn't end there. So here is a student who has the aptitude and who is competent in the classroom. Now, this student is able to use what he or she has learned interpersonal, working with clients, working with each other in the profession to utilize, adjust, and adapt here means there's some things you'll read in the book that does not apply to the cultural setting of your clients. And we know that we have to recalibrate and we have to adjust and adapt in order to fit into our clients' individual circumstances, right? So for me, social work competency begins in the classroom. But I want to share with you some social work competency. The Educational Policy and Accreditation Standards 2015 identified 9 such competencies. And the first 3 here demonstrate ethical and professional behavior, engaging diversity, human rights, and justice, and so on. But what I really want to point out, because for the social workers who are here, you know this already. What I want to point out, this ecological model that they've used, if you notice, these competencies are situated in the macrosphere. And if you understand the ecological model, you know that the macrosphere has the most weight, how far reaching it is. So this means that ethical and professional behavior, attention to diversity, human rights, and justice must permeate and permeate everything that you do as social workers, right? Move now to this section here. Can you see my pointer, the cursor? No? All right, let me use this later pointer. This section here now, which speaks to policy practice and research. So if you notice, 1 and 3 are situated, not 1 and 3, but 4 and 5 are situated between the micro and the meso level, right there. They're like mediating factors right there. So what this is suggesting is that everything that you do, so mediating between the micro and macro levels of practice, competence in research and policy practice is expected of competent social workers. Ethical prudence in carrying out research to inform advocacy and policy practices, while informed in terms of engagement for assessment, intervention, and evaluation at the micro level. See that? And then we come to the micro level. Engage, assess, intervene, and evaluate. For me, this micro level is a heartbeat of social work competence. Because no matter what you do, whether you're working with the individual, the family, organization, communities, you are working with people because people make up communities and organizations, right? So here you need to engage, you need to assess, intervene, and evaluate. And these are core competencies that all of us as social workers must embody. If a student does not and cannot, if a student does not have the capacity to assimilate and put into action all these competencies, what would you do? What would I do? I tell you, I would have to probably counsel this person out of social work, because there are other helping professionals that maybe this person might be able to fit in. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing 9 competencies, and if I may just repeat them to demonstrate what are the dimensions of performance, knowledge, values, affect management, critical thinking, and professional judgment. I'm getting myself all mixed up, right? So these are now the dimensions. So considering the 9 competencies which were mentioned earlier on, EPAC is saying there are dimensions to these competencies, and I just named those dimensions. When you look at the performance dimension, this is measured by observation. Because all these dimensions, how do you know that a person is competent if you don't measure them, right? Now, when we speak to the values dimension, I'm going too fast with my cursor. The values dimension is a component of each competency that can be measured in terms of performance, ethical behavior, and decision-making. So it's really gauging how the student, the social worker, in the making of competent this person is, in terms of knowledge, in terms of the values of the profession and how this person exhibits those values. And we have here affective reaction. I call it affective management. Because in psychology, my friend Carol, Dr. Mitchell is at the back. When you talk about impression management, it's not putting on a show, but emotional intelligence suggests to you that you know what to do in order, you know how persons will feel if you act this way, and so you manage your impression or the impression that people have of you. Similarly, I think affective reaction here speaks to is akin to impression management, and it's tied to empathy and other affective processes. Yes. Looking at one's own feelings, looking at the client's feelings, and it's an internal process that cannot sometimes be directly observed, but the measurement of the affective reaction dimension with any of the social work competencies will need to be done through some form of self-reflection, self-report, and then this is a faculty, and of course, social workers do practicum or internship, and so that field personnel will gauge and will assess whether or not this person is putting those values into practice. And of course, critical thinking is a process with it. The process involves recognizing. I'm so sorry, give me a minute. The process includes recognizing contradictions, questioning and challenging interpretations of evidence. And this, of course, alludes to research. So here it is somebody said he or she has done a research and they brought the evidence to you. No, this is speaking to replication of that study to see if what the person got before is the same thing you are getting. So something don't look so right. Let me do this study. Let me do this work. Let me replicate it to see if this is actually so. So you critically think. You don't take everything as gospel. You don't take everything sometimes that some of the books tell you as gospel. And of course, professional judgment is reasoned decision making based upon the evidence, knowledge, and analytical reasoning that persons have. Yeah. Professional judgment. Now, what I want to say about professional judgment is that you judge based on empirical data, you judge based on the evidence that you have, but you also have assumptive source of knowledge. If you've been doing something for a long time and you keep seeing this thing happening, when somebody comes to you presents to you with similar issues, you can say to yourself, this looks like that. So that's like your gut feeling. A lot of times though, what you need to do is to go back and do some objective tests to prove whether or not your gut feeling is correct. And this we also do in social work. Now, in addition to the dimensions, there are also levels of competence according to EPAS. And these levels, Houghton and Mattis, I think they're 2019, believe that social workers and work students vary in their levels of social work. So they propose these 3 levels. And lowest level, they say, is the cognitive. And we can understand why. They think that cognitive is low, it's mastery itself of the body of knowledge. It's a prerequisite to be able to demonstrate competence in other things. Like I said before, if students can't grasp certain core competencies and certain core values of the profession, they won't be able to practice it. Yes. And so they move on now. Putin and Mattis move on to the behavioral level. And this level of competence requires identifying observable practice behaviors for each professional competence. And individuals here now are assessed upon their abilities to perform and identify behavior. So you must come up with a behavior and you assess the student based on this behavior. And of course, you have to have the rubrics in order to assess the student on this particular behavior. And the last level they have here is the holistic level. And this basically is a combination of a person being able to master the behavioral and the cognitive. Yeah. And so what they call this is the holistic level of competence. So that person is like complete where competence is concerned in the profession. Now, because I believe competence or indication of social work, competence begins in the classroom. In social work, competence is an integral component of competency-based education. Yes, assessment involves, as the definition says here, systematic gathering of data about a student's performance. But I just want to bring your attention to the timeline that I have there by way of information, just to say that in 2008, there was a shifting of assessing just program objectives to a competency approach that looks at a multidimensional assessment of competencies. So once upon a time, students were assessed on their behavior. You go to school, and when you're out there, we look at how you do things and if you can perform certain tasks. But now it's not just that. Everything is being assessed cognitively, behaviorally, you name it, critical thinking, all of that. If you want to say that a student is competent, or this person will be a competent social worker. So the 2015 EPAS states that programs must assess student outcomes for all identified competencies in the generalist level of practice. So for those of you who, and I've taught in 3 social work, I see some of my past students from Jamaica Theological Seminary here, the singer, and some other people, right, who didn't recognize me. And of course, UWI Mona and online open campus. It's a generalist approach. So it's no mistake, I think, when these schools of social work, you know, teach undergraduate bachelor students in the generalist approach because they get a touch of everything, learning how to work with individuals on that micro basis, groups, families, communities, and so on, because it is stated here in the global, what does EPAS mean again? Help me. The standards, assessment standards. It states that the programs must assess students' outcome, competencies at the bachelor's level of social work, at generalist level of practice, right? So we are following here global standards. So moving segue now into best practices. EPAS also states that practice often requires the performance of multiple competencies. We know that. Therefore, a best practice is ensuring that competencies are assessed. I detail how, when, where assessment of competencies were conducted and how these competencies were measured. Yes? Now, to reiterate, there is evidence that competence-based education is an enabling factor in the production of competent social workers. Yes? And competence-based education in social work is developed based on performance outcomes in 3 domains: cognitive, affective, psychomotor, which speak to theoretical learning and practice skills that can be realized if the program has a description of the assessment procedures built in the curriculum that detail, as I said before, when, where, and how each competency is assessed, and also program options. And program options, they meant the method of delivery, whether it is face-to-face, whether it's online, satellite campus, or so on and so forth, how it is that blended approach, right? So they're saying one of the best practices, I believe, is competence-based information in social work developed and assessed based on these competencies. Now, in assessing cognitive competence, how do you assess this? Course grade that covers social work, values, ethics would not be sufficient measure of competence at EPAS. They would be too general and cover content not directly related to, say, the cognitive competence here. So measurement that directly target the knowledge components identified by the program would be needed in addition, as I said before, to the grading rubric, which is directly linked to the identified knowledge. I think it's unethical for any educator to set an exam to assess any student and there isn't a rubric for the student to understand and to go to and know how and where the weightings and all of that and what is expected. Now, in assessing behavioral competence, observe behaviors associated with those competences and how students make ethical decisions or apply some of those standards of social work, code of ethics, and so on. Yes? Use reflection and self-regulation also to manage personal values. And I'm going to come to some things here. Personal values and maintain professionalism in practice. Now, if you notice, I haven't read here electronic communication, demonstrating professional demeanor in behavior, appearance, oral, written, and electronic communication. Because we're in an age of technology and everybody's on social media. And sometimes professionals do not remember, or they think that they're not wearing the hat of the professional when they're on social media. So be careful of what you post out there. Because as social workers, and any helping professional here, nurses, health nurses, director of nursing, you know out there, people are watching you. They know you, they see your faces. And whatever you put, you have to be professional even when you use the electronic communication systems. Now, another best practice I have here is OSCE. And it's OSCE meaning the objective structured clinical examination. For persons who might be online or in the medical field, you're very familiar with this. As someone who also teaches undergraduate medical students, we do OSCE. Yeah, I'm not sure that in social work we do this, but what OSCE really does is an assessment method based on objective testing and direct observation of the student performing planned situations, planned cases. And this, they say, have attracted considerable attention in a number of disciplines because of the high level of reliability, credibility, and objectivity. And as an assessor I used to be an assessor for many years, medical student, end of clerkship, OSCE. And of course, you see when you have that simulated patient, that person, that actor who is being trained to act as the patient, and you see that student, you know, interviewing or counseling with that patient, as the assessor, you sit there, you see the strength of that student, you see the deficiencies, and you can speak to these and help that student more. So it's really quite objective, and you know, this is one best practice that social workers can learn from. And so assessing holistic competence, what we have here really is a combination of assessing the cognitive and behavioral domains with additions really of critical thinking, affective, and professional judgment. So you can understand if you're assessing cognitive and behavioral, combine both, you know, you're really translating this into assessing holistic competence of the students. So moving quickly to this simulation-based learning. And the simulation-based learning, really, we are speaking to OSCE, where, as I said before, students have the opportunity to practice and instructors have the opportunity to directly observe. There are some stages. First of all, pre-simulation. You need to construct those simulation material. You have to prepare the students. You have to prepare the you have to design those cases based on what was taught. And of course, on the day of the simulation, when you have OSCE, it says assessment, and clinical for the C. But we also, in the medical science, they have OSPE, which is practice assessment. So instead of the clinical, you have practice, where they're basically practicing at year 3. And so you structure this the role of the student, the co-leading the simulation, and of course you have feedback. So what happened is that you can have triads, meaning 3 students in a group enacting this case scenario, and you have one person who is the observer, one person, and 2 persons acting, and each person usually get a chance to be the counselor, to be the interviewer, and that way the students can give feedback to each other. And of course, you may have a post-simulation reflection where students can write about how it made them feel and so on and so forth. And I find that to be very, very informative. And as I said before, it's a recommendation of a best practice here. Now, building capacity in research. So changing gears to look at best practices in terms of research. Powell and Arm, quoted by Waters, as saying, social work research activities are invisible due to some factors, including lack of confidence in social work research, the emphasis on research were seen as a cause of stress for some social workers, and the stress was not unrelated to the amount of time spent on doing the research, but some social workers get very anxious, and this anxiety is about not meeting expectations, and they say that this is just as equally stressful. So bring our attention now to this diagram here. So Powell and Arm developed this, what a flow chart, which looks, what they're saying here really is that social workers' primary focus usually is on the workforce. So you do your first degree and you go out there to work. And oh, this is internet issue here. I have gone. All right. So while that is being sorted out, I'll continue. So qualifying program. So what I was saying is that focus is on the workforce. You finish your degree. Right. You finish your degree and you go out there in the work world. So academic and practice components. So people are now limited to exposure to empirical work. And as it says here, most exit to practice and never return back to the classroom. They never go back to the classroom. And because of this, later, not going back to the classroom, they stay there and they work, become senior practitioners, managers. And so we have limited attention to the development of research skill and shortage of supervisors, social work, research supervisors, and this segue into limited research capacity, confidence, and competence. Does this resonate with anybody here? Yes, once upon a time when I take up those journals and I see the stats and so on. I skip over there because it was like gibberish, right? And so what we really need is a pool of persons who have the skills and who can share with each other. Because I think it's a disservice to the profession when we sit and we have the knowledge and we just sit on the knowledge and not come together as a group of professionals to share our knowledge with each other. And so moving on quickly, best practices. I remember I did mention the RDI. So I found this to be quite interesting. This was developed by the Economic and Social Research Council in Britain. And as I said, this is something that could be modeled in faculty, where they found that in their social work department, research really was persons were weak in research. And so they developed this initiative which focused on academics with research qualification, outlets recognized for doctoral education. But I particularly like the two last points here, where practitioner receiving research training, and it can be in-house research training, as I say, having those journal clubs, those forums where persons, workshop and so on, where persons are taught about research or refresher. Because I know that the undergraduate degree, we actually do research methods and so on. Sometimes we lose some of that knowledge, but not really lose it. It's dormant because we don't use it. And of course, repository of thesis and training material. And the resources for me include human resource, right? Best practices. EBP. With emphasis on research, it brings to the focus the use of evidence-based practice models, and EBP models encourages practitioners to pose specific practice-related questions, seek empirical information, and critically appraise what was there. But I want to say to you that there is an addition to the evidence-based practice. If Joel and Delphine, remember, I used to talk a lot about evidence-based practice and evidence-based practice. Now we're talking about evidence-informed social work. And so the modification here, I just want to bring your attention. Now, what this really looks like, it still encompasses components of the EBP process, but they've added the professional expertise here, and they've now looked at the personal agency and community that the social worker has. And so they're looking at the patient characteristics, the attributes of the patient, evidences which really speaks to the research and the evidence that's out there, the literature search. As I said before, what's available in terms of resources available to the social worker and professional expertise in order to come up with a holistic treatment plan for that patient. So this is basically what the evidence-based informed social work does. And so in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say to you, I just want to reiterate that competence in social work practice entails continuous upgrade. It's not okay to just, I have a first degree and that's good. Well, levels of actualization for persons are different. And for some persons, they're actualized there. But as it relates to competence, you need to go further. It also requires retrospection and introspection at the interpersonal and the interpersonal levels of performances. What could I have done better? What else is out there that I could bring to the table to really inform my intervention with my clients? And of course, competence in social work embodies best practice, or at the very least, it can help to foster best practices, which may be used as gold standards within this profession. And so I thank you very much for having me here. It's a great pleasure back here. Thank you.
Put your hands together one more time for that. I'm going to open the floor for any questions at this moment that you may have, and I'm sure you have many questions. If anybody else don't have any question, I'm sure questions must come from
My
past
belief is
events.
we're still
Mr.
family.
Holden and Miss Delphine, who are past students.
From way back when everybody,
All right.
most of the social workers here are still family. So one of my challenges, we talked about competencies,
Right.
starts in the classroom. One of my challenges is that when we do get practical students, and we get them at the third year level, right? And personally, from my experience, sometimes I don't think when they graduate, I'm not comfortable to say, yeah, you are a social worker. I don't think you need a little more work. And unfortunately, the time that they have with us is just 1.5. Or like just a formal period is not sufficient to get them to that level. And I have some concerns here. For me, it's a little gap where how do we meet academia with the practice that always lacking? I think I think what I'm trying.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Clark. I am not sure where you get your students from. If you get your students from, well, let me say that at UWMO now, I teach in the medical faculty, so I really don't teach social work students there, but I do teach social work students at UWI Global Campus. So if you were to get students from there, I too, when I used to accept practicum students, used to have that kind of problem and you know, see the lack in some of the students. I think one of the ways, I don't know if there's still a skills lab going on at UWMO now. Because the skills lab, you can utilize the skills lab, you can utilize this OSCE approach that I'm talking about, the simulated patient approach, wherein before they go out there in the agencies, at the hospitals and wherever else to do work and for you to supervise, they would have gotten practice in a lab. Yes, doing the OSCEs, learning how to case-based simulation exercising, how to interview, good questioning technique, stuff like that. So that's a recommendation that can be made. But a lot of time it's a lot of work to have to really supervise those students and be teaching them, because you're basically, it's almost like you're teaching them how to put theory into practice. One of the questions I usually get, Miss, how do I put theory in practice when I'm out there? It's almost like they think the two are mutually exclusive almost. They are not. And I say to a student, when you're out there and when an individual comes to you and you look at the age of that individual, let's say it's a child who is 9 years old and that child is not potty trained, or that child is not doing some of the things that a 9 years old is doing. How do you know that this child is say, having some difficulty here developmentally? And oh, Miss, we know, you know, because you'll know the theories. And so by just assessing this child and looking at this child and knowing something is wrong because you have the theoretical base, I said that you're basically putting theory into action right there. And these are some of the ways that you do that. So you have to bring to the fore some of these things. And as I said before, if you are out there in the field, if you're a field supervisor and a student comes to you, you don't think that this student is ready to work for, then the 3rd year of their program, ready to go out there to work, recommendation. I am all for making that recommendation. You know, I'll say the difficult and do the difficult things. I'm gonna say, this student is not ready. I think, you know, this person needs some training in this area or that area. Be careful though that you highlight, because there must be some positives about this person. Right. So highlight the strengths and say, you know, I think this person needs some upgrade and some remedial work in this area to build that person up. All right. I hope I've answered your question.
And we have one more question, just one more. Do you have any more questions? So I'm going to be asking Mrs. Hemmings to do the report.
Oh, there's a question.
There is a question online?
There was just
No question?
Yes,
Yes.
it's just that for highlighting the evidence-based practice with also evidence informed practice, right? It's something that I constantly keep on saying to each person as we practice, you know, it is very important that we constantly look at the clients that we have in front of us and developing a recipe, a cocktail of a little bit of this, a little bit of that, to ensuring that our clients get the best treatment with our treatment plan. And I see you highlighted it, and I keep on saying it to every social worker that I interact with. Treatment plan is very important. And also ensuring that you working with the client as well. You alone don't develop it. Have the client sit down and work through the process, because this is how you're going to know what their need is. And note that I'm going to stress on need, not wants, what they need. You understand? Because this here will help you to segue into looking at the challenges that they're facing, having an understanding of where they're coming from, and being able to channel your whole thought, and also being able to put the different perspectives, the different theoretical models and modalities for treatment. So thank you.
Right, thank you, Joel. So just to add, an eclectic approach to working with your clients is, for me, is always best. There's no one theory, no one approach that can assist, especially the clients that we work with, because their issues are usually multifaceted and multidimensional. So using different theories and different approaches, and that is what I call the eclectic approach. It's always the best, and that I like that.
Put your hands together one time for Dr. Harrison and all the questions that came after. I'm going to be a very competent person to come and do this presentation to Dr. Harrison, just to say thank you for coming and giving us a wealth of knowledge. All right, put your hands together for Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. Good day to our guests present here with us, as well as our guests online. I use this opportunity, Dr. Harrison. You spoke about starting at the UHWI. And I'm going to age you a little bit, although you have been aging like fine wine. I was a practicum student when I first met Dr. Harrison, and she exemplifies what a proficient social worker should be. She lives by it. It's not idle talk. It's not just speaking or she embodies a professionalism. She embodies social work, competency. And when we're planning this thing, and I thought of Dr. Harrison, I thought about asking her to speak to us about social work best practice, because I know she has a wealth of knowledge, not just academia, but also in her practice over the years. So I use this opportunity to say thank you for molding us, many of us, for molding others as you continue to share your knowledge and to be, I don't know, I've lost so much. It's not but just I hope when you look at this little token, you will remember us, you remember the impact that you've made on us, the impact you've had on us, and that we appreciate you very much. And we thank you for being a part of this year, this 60th anniversary of the Department of Medical Social Work and our second annual symposium. We continue to showcase social workers, and the work that we have been doing to help persons to restore their psychosocial functioning. And I give you this token of gratitude. Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Right. All right, so that's it, right?
Okay, so next year, for their third year, if they ever call any one of you to do a presentation, you cannot say no. So from that, you're going to be gifted and gifted well, right? All right, and so we're on the matter. We're going to be breaking for lunch, but as a honorary social worker, and haven't done my practicum yet, so don't worry about it. I'm going to be giving away. I hope that I would have gotten some flow credit, but let me see the hands of those, all of the persons who have digital phones. Everybody here, that one smile, the first time I see that lady smile from she came, you, the smiling, you know, you're getting something, right? The anticipation of getting something. And I'm not going to leave the persons who are online out of it. I'm going to be asking the first person online to just type in the chat. I'm going to be asking Delphine to monitor that. To type in the chat, what does OSCE mean? That's OSCE. That person has to be in the chat. So put down your hands if you're here. And Delphine, you're going to tell me who that lucky person is. That person will get a digital credit, right? And if you are here, I'm going to be asking you to take out the phone, the digital phone. We're going to do what is called fast fingers, right? Sister Thompson says, oh dear, my finger is not as fast at all. All right, so we're going to do one fast finger, and then we're going to do one not so fast finger. All right? All right, we have no flow credit at this time. Next year, we hope to get some sponsorship from there, right? So for the fast fingers, persons who are here, *121*. Hold on, *121*. And the numbers are 38, 29, 6, 29, 53, 04, 31. Number sign send. We have a response from the chat. Who got it? All right, she did get it. How much did you get? Yes, I have a response from you hold digital, so they took it back. Oh, you had on credit, so okay, but you did get something. All right, and we have, I am understanding that we have an answer online.
Yeah. Objective, structured, clinical, evaluation. Yeah.
The answer is correct?
Yes.
So we're confirming it. We're confirming it before we announce. So that is correct. And Miss Gail Reed, you have won yourself a digital credit, and we don't do $100, we do 108. We do broader there. And the answer is obstructive, structured clinical examination. They told me the wrong answer. They told me the wrong answer. Put your hands together for all the winners. Oh, I did say I was going to do a not so fast fingers, right? All right. Miss Gail Reed, we're going to tell you how to get your credits.
Yeah.
I'm going to be asking you if you have Mrs. Hemmings' number, you can message her. I will send her the credit. Send us a direct message. If you can send a ID or a TRN number to verify. Right? If you do not have an ID, I'm going to ask you to get a picture and get a JP certified because we want to know it's really you. All right? All right. So this is for the not so fast fingers, and I'm going to ask the fast fingered person to allow the not so fast fingered person to get this one. All right? All right. *121*. *08*076. Persons, if you're online, please do not attempt. 03993491. Number sign send. tell my sister got it. Did you get it, sister?
No. Somebody has it in a got it.
I specifically, I'm going to ask you to take sister number. I'm going to ask you to take sister number, and you are going to give her 1/3 of the credit. Because I specifically said for those slow fingers, all right? Please take sister number and you are going to give her some of the credits, right? Thank you so much. We're going to break it at this time and allow you to have your lunch. And then when you come back, you're going to be greeted once more and saluted once more by Dr. Carl Bruce. And then we will go into our other presentations. We're going to be hearing presentations about secondary traumatization and play therapy, all right? And the last presentation will come to us about regulating good mental health, the do's and the don'ts, and we do not want to miss that, all right? So we're going to be taking a break right now, allowing you to eat your lunch, and then get back here in 1 hour's time, all right? Thank you so much.
Anyway, the number is.
Dr. Bruce is coming to bring greetings.
He's coming now?
Yes, he's on the outside.
On the outside? Hi, Peter, how are you?
No, just sitting with you to see, what time is it? Okay, all right, no problem. Yes. Yeah. Okay, all right, no problem. No, we just went on break, but we just, because we're streaming as well. So we'll go ahead and take over.
No, go ahead.
No, we're just going to advise.
All right, just a bit of correction, Dr. Bruce is indeed here. Dr. Bruce is indeed here. So I'm going to ask you, thank God we didn't leave as yet. I'm going to ask you to put your hands together. Welcome Dr. Carl Bruce, and he is the Senior Director of Clinical Services. While he puts on this jacket, put your hands together. Remember our rule that if he does not touch the mic, you are not supposed to touch him. All right? All right, put your hands together, please. Yes, a little louder. All going, all going. All right.
Now I'm touching the mic. So after everyone.
Hi,
Okay,
I don't
go
think
ahead.
you can, sir.
All right. First of all, let me apologize for not being here earlier. And let me thank for staying back a few minutes before you go to lunch. It's never a good time to speak going into the early afternoon, but that's okay, we'll take it on. I'm not going to detain you this afternoon, but there are a few things that I want to say. So first of all, let me congratulate the Medical Social Work Department on the 60th anniversary. I think many of you know that the hospital was established in 1948. That's 75 years ago. And for many of us, younger folks, you might not know that we're sitting on the colonial Papine and Mona estate. And that means a lot to a whole bunch of people around these parts. Because what it did, it said back then in 1948, that we are going to take responsibility for healthcare in our region. I think the Irving report in 1940 had said the colonies was at such a distressingly low state, or was in such a low state of affairs, that they felt that medical education and the production of healthcare workers was the important priority for the empire or the colonial powers as things were back then. Let's fast forward 60 years later. And as a practicing physician, I think you will know that from time I call, but I could use a stronger word, and I say to the medical social worker, I have this patient, he was picked up at the foot of John, and he has address, he is unknown male. I do have a registration number, as if that can help. And I wanted him sorted out, I wanted him in a house, I want him out of the hospital bed because we have 50 patients in the emergency room. And essentially we're saying, please do this miracle for us. And that's the truth. And I think, we can all smile about it, but that's the situation that we face every day. Now, I want to remind you about something else as we move forward. Only about 22 to 24% of the population in Jamaica has medical insurance. It's the second reason why we are always calling the medical social work department. I think it's no secret. We have embarked on this technological advancement in terms of diagnostics and in terms of treatment. And so we call because this patient needs a cardiac stent. I hope I'm using the correct term. This one needs to have an aneurysm treated by coiling. Don't want to open the head anymore. This person needs a nuclear scan because they have cancer. And by the way, it's urgent. We don't want to wait too long. You can see where we're going in terms of the future of medical social work and the demands that are placed on your department, demands that are placed on the staff, what it is we have to do, and how we need to think about healthcare in this modern era. So I think it's no secret as I say good afternoon to everyone, and I congratulate you on 60 years, and I congratulate you on what I hope is a year-long celebration, but also public awareness and education about what you do and the problems that I have just presented. I genuinely want to congratulate you, but at the same time, I've just thrown out a huge challenge. And that challenge is, how are we going to get that 76% of the population who has no healthcare dollar, who has no insurance, but needs the standard of care? It's a real challenge. It is a real challenge. And we have now embarked on electronic health record system where we document everything. And somebody's going to say, the patient came through your gate and is registered, it's your patient. You had better treat that patient and treat that patient to the standard of care. Otherwise, you're going to have a medical legal situation. And hang on. This institution, a fee for service institution, and we can't afford to treat the patient. So where is that line going to be drawn? We are also which brings in more diagnostic and more advanced care. And while we celebrate and we congratulate the hospital, we break, I didn't see how the problem is going to be compounded. Have both those in attendance here and online is that, yes, healthcare is growing. The future of healthcare is bright. The future of the university, as we know it, we want to secure. We want to get to 100 years very soon from now to our anniversary. But we have a significant number of challenges. And so I leave you with the one of those patients who are in the hospital and who occupy a bed for up to a year when there are 40 to 50 patients each night in the emergency room who have what we call a reversible condition and can be treated successfully. But yet they have nowhere to go because inpatient social cases, that has become our problem, not your problem. If you notice, I say our problem, including myself and Mrs. Thompson. It's our problem. It's our problem with medical and social work. And so I call for a greater effort and a greater team approach from all of us to represent and to ensure that all the needs, all that we need, that we put it down in writing and documented. And we say to the stakeholders that, look, yes, we're doing our best and we're going to provide the next set of highly skilled social workers. They don't even write anymore. They will use advanced technology and AI, and they will be able to navigate and they'll probably be able to geolocate where the patient is from rather than be worried about the vaccine gullet. But where do we get the resources as we try to do all of this? It's a real challenge. And so I congratulate you, but I see the challenges that lie ahead. But we are going to work together as a team to ensure that we solve these problems. Thanks so very much for allowing me these few minutes. And I look forward to working with you over the next little while. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for sharing with us. By taking over MC duties, it's really important in my working meeting.
All right, I'm going to be asking, as I was instructed to instruct, that lunch is here and you will all be treated to lunch. So when I said you can, go for your lunch, I mean to the window right there. So you are going to, today, so to be asking, we are going to take the break at the moment and then you're going to go to the window right there and collect your lunches. All right.
You're making an assumption, but I'm going to keep it.
No, I'm not making that sound.
I like it. I know what it is.
First one.
I need to write it in here. Is that
So can you?
All right.
You want
Let me see. I'm gonna try to find it.
All right, so, there's a question from. There's a question here from Dr. Scott. And the question, she wants me to expound on students not having rubrics for assessment. For the most part, I think rubrics are available. I know definitely that the program that I am involved with here at UMONA and on the global campus, that there are rubrics available, and what this rubric does is to highlight to the students, to indicate to the students where weightings are, what is expected of them, and it's beneficial for the students to have these rubrics, Dr. Scott, because what they do now is to go back to the rubric to look to see exactly where and what the assessor expects and the weighting that's assigned to particular area of that assessment. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question quite correctly. Nevertheless, what students need to do is to demand those rubrics. As I said, it's almost ethical for an assessment to be set and students to be doing that exam. They don't know, some of the students, especially those online, they're not quite sure they are not there face to face, real time, what is expected of them. So that rubric is very important. Hopefully I've answered your question. But as I said before, rubrics are available because every trained educator is asked to do a rubric. It's just that sometimes they don't make this rubric available for the students. Students should be rubric. All right.
From your crown of me, right down to the soul of your very Hold me until we die. What to get with the storms of life? You know what does the sun shine?
And we got that. It's down to prayer. No, yeah. So we decided that's the way to do
Yeah. I don't know.
Right, Carmen. So you're on campus, so in the company that has the farm. Okay. What it out, because on that side, was coming in fall and then Kenneth James. Kenneth still there. Yeah.
And then I think, you know, Dr. Paul went on to leave that and you're trying to.
Yeah.
I was there when Dr. Paul was just about 86 from that time.
He was my first sister. My class. It's just a great breakout. Get my regards, sorry.
Nice meeting you.
Good to see you. I'm sorry.
Anytime you need a love, call on me. I'll be waiting. Anytime you need a love, call on me. I'll be waiting. Anytime you want to. Together from way by way, she with the power of day. So not to be my next door neighbor. She going to school, but it's not Tears on my love is still deep close. I'm loving you now. I just want you to know that I love you so. Anytime you need another call on me, I'll be waiting. Anytime you need another call on me, I'll be waiting. We can years on by, I was to keep close. He's not me, I'm not anytime you need a love, call on me. I'll be waiting. Anytime you need a love, call on me. I'll be waiting. Call me. Anytime you want to. Talk about love, talk about trust, talk about forever, talk about love. Even my world, speak to my God. Even when I think it's just a girl, you don't understand. Before it gets on my bed, baby, I am so understand. On a long time. Slow so I know you've been hurt. I know your love shine. You don't have to say it, baby. It's gonna take some time to got my heart in the palm of your hand. I swear it's gonna say it, baby. You have a chance. You don't have to say it. No. No one in this lifetime talk like I do. Never mind things that people say that I've never heard you. You never find no one in this lifetime. So never mind the time will find. Join our hearts, mind and soul, and please you'll never find no one in this lifetime so like I do. So never mind things that people say that I've never heard you. You'll never find no one in this lifetime. So never mind the time will find. When the time comes around and no one's around, the dear will be too girl. Silence your sound. Time after time to burning down. That was the love you know. Pressure that you got not sincere. Pressure to see people. Things even really missing me. Love is made. Your friend said that you're not sincere. Your friend said to see people. Things even really missing me. Love is meant to be. You will never find no one in this lifetime so glad I not ever mind. Things that people say that I'll never hurt you. You never find no one in this lifetime. So never mind. Yeah, I don't know yesterday the pouring rain. I thought I had something to speak about, as I opened up my umbrella. She was so just like night shadow, you know, can't be dreaming your conversation. It's right to be. I had to go your story. I saw your baby, no more. I'll do better to your people. Baby, count on another side. Oh, we need tonight. Oh, we need tonight. You know where to go, but you know you have to leave inside. She didn't know how long she was running ahead. So many times he told you something, so many times he said it's God. Oh, my God. I'm trying to know the day goodbye. Give me a moment just to remind you I've been loving that before. The reason I can't go this door, I see confusion in your eyes. I'm afraid you will still make me love. I'm tired of life. Tomorrow you will still in your eyes. Go away. There'll be no one that is looking for you. There's no blind. Just before the fight, but in this world that's just a fight. Looking at your car and your life, maybe it's a piece. We can check the records together. You can go with your company. There is no one that is living in the world. No, I don't.
What's the news for the come up one? This one, we don't go back to it. This is what I'm doing. I think I'll change that. I'll change one that I think the one that is one. No. Yeah. But then that's not the thing. When you're.
Oh, you turn.
Yeah, and.
This is not. Yeah, thinking back to the property.
Okay, we are now much stronger, well fed, and ready to go again. With other presentation. Mrs. Cummins. All right, so at this time, we're going to be having a presentation on secondary traumatization, what it is and how to equip one's students from Dr. Carol Mitchell. I'm going to be asking Dr. Mitchell to stand while I just give you a little introduction on her. Dr. Mitchell, you can just stand for me. I'm going to just give you a little introduction on Dr. Mitchell. So Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Carol Mitchell serves as a consultant clinical psychologist at the University Hospital of the West Indies. You are called. I am Miss Robin. Nice to meet you. Yes. She in special education and clinical assessment from the Special Education Department at Michael University College, Faculty of Arts and Education, and the University of the West Indies, UA, in Kingston, Jamaica. Following this, she earned her Master's of Art degree in test construction and educational psychology from the University of the West Indies, UWI, Kingston, Jamaica. Dr. Mitchell did her PhD in clinical psychology at the University of the West Indies, UWI, Kingston, Jamaica. She furthered her education by obtaining her postdoctoral certificate at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health. All right, when she comes, she will tell you what all these abbreviations stand for. I'm seeing CH in OS /CAMH /CICAE in Toronto. She will come and tell us what all of those mean. Additionally, she completed her certificate in public relations at the open campus of the University of the West Indies, UA in Kingston, Jamaica, and a certificate in special education from the Joint Board of Teacher Education Special Education Department at Michael University College in Kingston, Jamaica. Dr. Mitchell brings over 3 decades of experience in conducting a diverse range of psychological assessment and or psychotherapy for children, adolescents. For over 25 years, she
I didn't realize that was. Oh, sorry about that. Are you hearing me now? But it's off. Oh, maybe this one.
So mute this whole thing.
All right, are you all here now?
It's giving a feedback.
One mute.
And
One is
one,
mute.
yeah. So muting that one, muting this one.
Yeah, no, mute the one. This one is muted. All right.
Check the chat. Then
Dr. Lily had just said she wasn't hearing.
so the one to unmute this is echoes.
Unmute this one.
All right, let me.
Are you hearing me now? Okay, so persons are not hearing clearly. Okay, Delicia, hi. Well, at least one person is hearing clearly now. All right, so we are talking. Oh, it's not gone. All right. So we're talking about secondary trauma and what causes it, right? There is exposure to something that is emotionally distressing. And most times,
This administration, what CXC, I start CXC start. I'm a big cell. Oh, oh, so you're now tomorrow? Eh? Is it a yes or no? You have what school tomorrow? No. You hand in all your SBA them? Oh, no, and them. When?
Today, but just for you to understand, um,
Can you mute that one?
all right.
down into the grave with no
here. Actually feel comfortable saying no. Put up your two hands, all of you should be comfortable saying no. No is not a bad word. No is not. We treat no, we treat the, yes. Yes, exactly. We treat the word no like it's an expletive. It is the worst thing ever. But you are supposed to be able to say no and be comfortable with saying no. All right? And it is okay for you to say, I am tired, or something else. It's not, you don't have to do it all the time. All right. So I'm being traumatized. I'm having secondary trauma. All right, so remember, you are hearing about or you're witnessing, and remember that you're empathizing with these persons' traumatic experiences, and sometimes you're involved in the aftermath of the trauma. You're called in, to process grief. Somebody got shot, called in, and you're hearing the details of it. Prior to your hearing the details, you were okay. But then afterwards, hearing the details, it's like it kind of in your head.
I think what some of us do, we take on unnecessary stress and trauma. You mentioned something happens and we want to hear about it, want to know what happened, how it happened. So we ask questions and when we get the responses for our questions, we now become traumatized by the situation.
Very good. And one of the things about trauma and working with trauma, you don't keep asking the persons to repeat the traumatic event. If they want to tell you about it, it is fine. But you don't go keep saying, explain and describe and what have you. You're re-traumatizing that person and you're exposing yourself to secondary trauma, which is what we're about here. So constant exposure to suffering. We're in the hospital, we see that quite a bit. That means you are almost at the same place as someone who is experiencing primary trauma. So you will have symptoms like numbness, intrusive thoughts, and even the relationships that you have may suffer. You go home, your poor child or your husband or your wife, they did nothing. But you carried it back, all of the work-related stress and trauma, and all of a sudden they can't say a word right. As they sneeze, they say, go to your bed, right? Sometimes they don't even have to sneeze. And you know that, do not look at me and shake your head like say you don't do it, right? You know say you do it, right? You know that you're stressed and you didn't take any time, you just went right home. And look for mommy. Finish opening their mouths. I see people in here that is telling me, yes, it's true, but okay. Now, question. Is it possible to be exposed to secondary trauma and not be affected? Yes or no? All right, let's do a vote. Can I have a vote online? Is it yes or no? Yes, persons, put your hands up. They are not affected. All right, one person said, yes, you can be exposed to trauma and it doesn't affect you. Oh, wait, you change. Oh, you want me to extend the question? See, is it possible to be exposed to secondary trauma and not be affected?
One person online said yes.
One person says yes. All right. The Lisa says yes. All right. Yes.
Alexandra said no.
Some said no.
Kimberly and
So we have a mixture of yes and no. It is interesting because I found this on. Oh. All right. Right. No, it's there. So this person, Naomi Rem, said, the expectation that we can be immersed in suffering and loss daily and not be touched by it is as unrealistic as expecting to be able to walk through water without getting wet. No, think about that. No, I wasn't asking about the response because we're all human beings and we all are to some way affected by things, because if we are not affected, we would be like data. That would be inside by like a robot, right? It doesn't mean that we respond in a way that's detrimental to us. But as long as we have emotions, we're going to be, impacted in some. But as you said, it depends on how we respond to what is happening to us. But yes, pardon? Very good comment, and I want persons online to hear you.
Right, so it all depends on the time frame, because if you're dealing with a traumatic event during the session, you experience the emotion, but after the session, it would have left you because you would have helped the client in terms of getting the treatment and so on.
Okay, so we're in agreement to some extent, as you just heard, you're impacted, but it depends on how you're impacted. Some persons will take it home with them and it becomes a problem for them. Other persons, no, they work through it in that space and space. They don't carry it anywhere with them. That is what you need to aim at. Unless it's something that you really need to refocus on, because for example, you're looking at a different treatment, right? And you're going to do investigation and you need to have some idea. But then you have 8 hours in the day to do that. You should not really be carrying it home with you, right? That don't sound good to employers, but really, you have to look at your health. I don't think Dr. Alexandra said. And Alexandra says, a very good view from Alexandria. She said, if you are not responsive, that means you might emotionally numb. And that can also happen. If you keep hearing a lot over and over and over, after a while you don't feel anything. I was saying it's the degree of the response. Right. So you respond, you are in, because there's nobody on this earth. All right. There was nobody on this earth who can walk on water and not get wet. I know one who walk on water wet anyway in shape or form. All right. So now, if secondary trauma is just left to run its course, it can cause a lot of problems, including burnout. And we hear everybody knows about burnout. Burnout really is you having lost all of the resources that you have to manage your work adequately. It means that the demands is taking too much of an emotional toll on you than what you're able to really provide and be able to manage easily, right? And in some cases, burnout you leave your work. You just can't manage and you resign, or, you leave. Or you start doing such poor work that you are fired. It is the same thing. One you leave voluntarily, the other one you leave involuntarily, right? No. Who are affected? We keep hearing about burnout. So who are the people affected? Everybody in here. Everybody who works in this hospital, right? Every single person. If you're working on campus and you hear about a student's challenge, you are affected. Every person is affected, but to different degrees. Now, mental health people, like the social workers, like the counselors and the psychologists and doctors, all of those people are considered high risk. The only higher is first responders. So understand that you are at risk for this challenge that can derail you. Think about Titanic. Everybody know the show Titanic. Even if you're not born, everybody know the show Titanic, right? What happened to the Titanic? It sank, it sank. Yes, why? Because of the iceberg. And remember, the iceberg, which part of the iceberg actually sink the other two lines? On which part of the iceberg?
The portion below the surface.
That part that is, because guess what? The larger part of the iceberg was, and the ship sailing concerned. So, right?
I was about to say that the ship wasn't prepared for the magnitude of the iceberg. But the pilot, the captain was saying, no, I can, it will go through.
You heard that? You heard that? Totally psychological. Whoa. So, captain of the Titanic thought it was okay to just go through and realize what. And so you're working, put yourself in the same position. You are the ship. And so you have a little trauma and you're going through, but then you didn't realize that secondary trauma going to sink your ship. Exactly. All right. So all of us here can be traumatized. And you're a journalist, but I have seen so many journalists who come after going through some really gruesome scene and have such a hard time even getting the image out of their heads. Right? Police officers, they have problems like that. And put yourselves in that position. You also experience those kinds of traumatic images when you hear and you start visualize. So, are you at risk for compassion fatigue? Meaning, are you at risk for secondary trauma? How many persons say yes? You are all at risk for it. It doesn't mean it's going to impact you, but you're at risk. So what do we do? How much time? Okay. I know that I will talk loud. Okay. All right. So I'm not sure you can see this, but you need to be mindful of some of the symptoms so that you know you can, if you're experiencing secondary trauma. So are you becoming more anxious or more worried than you usually would be? Because everybody have a little bit of anxiety. Unless You are dead, you have all kinds of emotions, and it is okay. Emotions are not written in stone, they will change. All right. So a little bit of anxiety, but it gets worse. Or you become so depressed you can't even come to work. Or you engage in what's called presenteeism. You're here, but you are doing nothing. Right? You cannot do it. All right, or you can't sleep. You stay up the entire night, and then when morning comes, that's when you want to sleep, and you're supposed to be going to work. Or you're no longer that confident. I come to Miss Robbins and say, I want Miss Robbins to assure me about something psychological. And Miss Robinson is saying, Dr. Michelle, really? Right? I need the reassurance all the time. That is part of the symptom. If you're losing your confidence, right? It think that, oh, maybe I'm being traumatized. Or you don't feel like you belong. You feel almost like out of this world. We call it dissociation. It is a sense of being detached, not being a part of. And it's really because you're trying to protect yourself. You're starting to withdraw from all the trauma and all the events that are so painful for you. Or you get angry. At the drop of a hat, you get angry. You're angry for nothing, and the anger all seem to be there. By the way, when you work with children and they're always angry, it's secondary trauma within the home. Right? It is not about them being born angry. No child is born angry. Although I hear it a lot. All right? You can deal with conflicts. As soon as a conflict arises within the workspace, big blow because you just can't manage it. You don't have the resources to do that. Or all of a sudden, you don't feel as if you have any work. You start feeling worthless. You have no value. Why you even bother come to work? And first, if somebody even go and say, why all of a sudden nobody likes you? You can't do anything right, and you were never like that before. Okay. And one thing that's not there, and I like to think about it, is the idea of you not being able to concentrate so much. Your mind wander all of the time. Sometimes you're not in this space. Secondary trauma symptoms, right? There are trauma symptoms, but there are also secondary trauma symptoms. How does it affect you? It affects your health, right? So you get tired easily. All of a sudden you start having headaches. You who never take a Panadol from take a Panadol from your bone, all of a sudden you are drinking Panadol because you drink Panadol. All right. So you're taking Panadol all the time. But suddenly you start getting every single illness as the breeze blows, you get sick. Because stress undermines your immune system. And this is what is happening. Your mental health is totally shot. Yes? By the way, what's your name? What's your name? I don't want you calling your name.
Speak about how stress affects us. And I think I mentioned it earlier that sometimes when we secondary trauma or things that happens to us, we end up, I think she said it earlier about time, how long it takes. Sometimes we end up dragging it or carrying longer than we need to, and then it affects us and others.
That is true. And listen, you don't necessarily deliberately decide you're going to carry the thing longer. Has happened to do that. Many times we do many things that we don't really are very deliberate about. We are not mindful of that, and it impacts on us, which is what Adolphus was saying. Okay. So we might have things like anxiety disorders. So now it's not just the anxiety you're feeling. You have gotten to the point where you're having panic attack, just coming towards a particular word and you can't breathe. Understand? Or you're so depressed that you are contemplating ending your life. It happens, right? Or you start showing post-traumatic stress symptoms. All of these can happen because of how you have internalized someone else's trauma, right? And yeah, we talk about burnout, and we talk about the relationship, and the relationship then becomes compromised with everybody, family, friends, colleagues. Sometimes you're just so emotionally numb or emotionally exhausted that you just can't interact with anybody else. All right, so we have a good understanding of secondary trauma. You all had a good understanding of it already. All right, now, how do we cope? Outside of going to see the professional, how do you personally cope? And that's what we talk about in terms of the toolkit. Ms. Robinson, you have a toolkit at your house? A regular toolkit that, regular, ordinary toolkit. Don't think, not matter if it is a bag, a box, or not at all. Joy, what's in your toolkit? Her toolkit is in the car. Jennifer, you think someone was going to get you? What is in your toolkit? Yes, at home, like what? Pliers, hammer, nail. What is in your? Right, our husband toolkit is hers, right? But we have these kits at home that we use when we need them. So I hear certain things like somebody have a screwdriver. Somebody have a screwdriver. Nobody never tell me they have no screwdriver. But you have a screwdriver. Dr. Daly have red screwdriver. Pliers. What? Hammer. Alphonsus. Have them all, right? All right. So we have these tools that we use at home to fix things. Anybody have a ladder in their toolbox? Yes. Yes. We need a ladder. Maybe it's not in the box, but we have it someplace. All right. No. The same way, we need a toolkit or a toolbox for our mental health. And let me just say clear and plain and straight. It don't have to be a literal anything. Like Joyce and hers is in the back of our car. It is there. So you have to have a box, but you need to have these things together. All right, so let's look at some of them. I'm pretty sure I'm running out of time. First of all, tool number one, what do you see? Everybody tell me something that is. All right, so everybody is the raisins. Anything else? Dried grapes. Everything else. Comfort, Lord. All of these associations. So we are seeing the raisins. Look at the raisins and tell me what you see. Don't tell me about no comfort food and don't tell me about no color. A rough texture. You still actually see texture. Right? Different sizes. Some parts there kind of look like it's kind of dark. There's one here that kind of look like something wrong with it. Yes, it looks a little different from the others. Tool number one, observation. Always observe. And who? You're observing self. So that's your first tool that you should have in your toolkit, your ability to observe. Second thing, what are you thankful for? Life. What else? Health. I'm going to want somebody who I never hear talk yet. What are you thankful for? Strength and daily bread. And what are you thankful for?
Family and friends.
And friends. What are you thankful for, Miss Clark? Thankful for opportunities, and you? She's thankful for everything. No, what are you thankful for? Praise the Lord, sister. Yes, what are you thankful for? Huh? What are you thankful for? Life and everything, and it brings to your heart. Alphonsus.
The opportunity to be one full bunch of ladies.
Thankful to God for him.
Great, Miss Robinson.
You get to see that furniture.
Even Mr. Edwards asking me to do this. Oh, she's grateful for me. How? Online, let's see. A garden. David Reed said a garden, so dried grapes. All right, family. All right. Well, I hope someone was thankful for the dried grapes. All right. Now, tool number 3, grounding. Now, grounding it can take very different forms. So I want you to 5 things that you can see. Look around and notice 5 things. You have a folder, you have paper, start right down. 5 things that you can see. 4 things that you can feel. 3 things that you hear. 2 things that you smell. 1 thing that you taste. Right? Again, it's called grounding. It's one form of grounding, but it's also very good to distract you when you are anxious. Right? You're feeling anxious and you start looking around and noticing. A question: how many different colors of balloons are in this room? All 4. How many? 4. How many doors are in this room? Who are you? Alphonsus. I'm going to call him Alphonsus. I'm going to put the wrong name. All right. So, you can easily, now I'll give this to Miss Edwards so she can send it, but you can fill in and just get used to the idea of observing things. Because what this does is really to distract you, especially when you are anxious. Another tool, grounding or earthing. This I love. This is like my, if I could get everybody outside there to go stand in the grass, and I already know lots of people don't have that issues. But grounding is actually pretty good. And it don't have to be grass, it can be dirt, it can be sand, it can be water. If you like, think about when you're on the beach and you're walking on the sand. It is actually very relaxing. No. You notice I didn't say tiles. Tile is not good for grounding. Plastic is not good for grounding. Artificial, yes. So you use the earth, and the earth actually helps you to relax, right? And like exactly like Muta Baruka, especially if you're very stressed and you don't want to go blow up on your children, walk out in the garden barefoot if you don't mind. You know, those people who don't mind the little creatures that might be there. Grounding is pretty good, right? Grounding improves your mood, it improves your sleep, it reduces pain, reduces stress, and a lot of things. And the thing is, you just stand or sit, you don't do anything, you don't have to do anything, right? The only thing you have to do is like the earth. So if you don't want your foot in dirt, in grass or sand or water, any of those things. Now, you're not going to see these very clearly because they're not moving. I know, I think we want it to come up like that. All right. All right. Ooh, it's not there. All right, so all right, so in your toolbox, we talk about other things, but in your toolbox, you should be able to. As I never said, some of them are work, but that
40%. Taking 30% silly. All right, 40% silly. 40% silly. Hey, come on, let's see. Now, 2% silly. Silly. Let me see that. 80. There is nowhere to go. 100% silly. You started too strong. 100%. Come on, 100%. 100. Trend. Okay. All right, take it down now to 8. Take it down, 80% silly. Moving around, come on, we're moving, we're going somewhere now. Take it down to 50%, 50% silly. Take it down to 40. All right, we're getting there. Take it down to 30. And normal, walk around normal. Back to your normal self, normal. All right? And pay attention to your breathing as you move. Pay attention to your breathing. All right? Pay attention to your breathing as you move. And you're back to your normal self. Well, now take a seat. Very good. Clap yourselves.
No, yeah, I need the notes.
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. That activity, how was it? How did you feel? Silly? Okay. No one else. It made you feel that the legs energetic, happy, fun, right? You could laugh at yourself. And sometimes we need to do that. We need to be able to laugh at ourselves. We can't take it too serious all the time, right? And we just learned that if we end up doing that, then our body becomes faced. And we need to be relaxed. So we have to laugh at ourselves. In fact, there's a country that I think had a day persons were to just walk around the city because there was so much stress that was happening. So don't take lightly those moments that we can laugh and laugh with others and laugh at ourselves. It's all about play, right? The topic is play therapy, a therapeutic modality. So, what was your favorite childhood game? Can any of you remember your favorite childhood game? What memories are attached to that? What feelings are attached to that? Talk to me. What was your favorite childhood game? Dandy Shandy. And I loved that game too. Yes, Dandy Shandy. I enjoyed it immensely. Chinese skip. Yes, to create the skip and then to actually do the game. That was fun. And in those days, we were so creative. We made our own things, right? To play our games. We made it ourselves. To mention the box juice box and just stuff it with some paper, with some papers.
I was saying, I was about to say what she said. However, where I'm from, we had a different name for it. We call it box and around the bounds. Bounds, yeah. So it's the same person with a mixes. Someone catches it here out.
Anybody else? Any other favorite games?
1, 2, 3, red light.
Yes, yes. How did that make you feel?
It was quite amusing, so I would feel that.
Later. Simon says.
Upstairs.
So if we can recall all of these games, we have a feel-good feeling when we think about them. If we think really, we will remember feeling free, right? Feeling happy and looking forward for these moments. Now, play therapy provides that kind of feeling. It provides that same kind of happiness and release and freedom as your childhood game. But there's a little bit more. You notice there's 2 words. So it's not just play, but it's therapy as well. Now, I believe that when we're working with children, it is critical for us to have an understanding of the development stages and the therapeutic powers of play to effectively help them and to understand the way they are communicating, whether in words or in action. Now we're going to look at what is play therapy, what are the informing theories, who is play therapy intended for, the conditions, and what's the evidence that it works and why. Now, what is play? Hearing some feedback. What is play therapy? Anybody have any ideas? What is play therapy? I know some of us are quite knowledgeable, so I'm not looking on those persons, I'm looking on others. Go ahead.
Therapy through play. In therapeutic and care.
You're correct. Play items, art.
It is observing a child, truly understanding their world, in terms of the past,
Correct. Observing a child observing their feelings, observing their emotions. And one of the key things that she mentioned was that they're not always able to express how they're feeling. But let me stay with that for a little while. Think about ourselves. If we experience something horrible, that we consider horrible, or something traumatic, sometimes we ourselves can't even find the words to speak in those moments. Right? You have to ask for time out to really process what you just see, process what you just heard. You know, what was mentioned earlier is some of the investigators, when they go on crime scene, can you imagine after they see certain things, you know, to take that in? Sometimes you need a little 5 minutes, a little time before you can even say anything, right? And we deal with cases of children, you know, in the hospital system where, you know, horrible things happen. And when you hear the stories and you see, sometimes you might need a little 5 minutes to really process before you start talking, right? And so imagine a child who doesn't have that kind of vocabulary as an adult, trying to express something that they experienced that was traumatic. It is difficult. And so play therapy helps with that. It is a method of helping children with behavior and emotional problems to help themselves. Play is a child's natural language, natural means of communication. That's the way they process and understand the world around them. Play therapy provides the opportunity for them to play out their feelings and problems. And I'm going to be presenting 2 cases to you that I've worked on, and we're going to see how closely related are children's problems to their free play. There is some relationship. Play therapy is play, but it includes a therapeutic objective, right? It is suitable for 4 to 13 years. However, it also can be used on older children and even with adults and in a family or group setting. Play therapy can be non-directive and directive. So in non-directive, the client leads. The client determines what they want to do. The assessment of what is done is not left up to you, the therapist, really, but based on what the client says. Right? So if the client says this drawing represents me being sad, you accept that. Now, non-directive play therapy, the assessment and the activities that are done is based on the judgment of the therapist. They determine what the child does, and they make an assessment based on what is happening. Now, for play therapy to take place, it's non-prescriptive. It's a non-prescriptive approach. So you don't have to have a diagnosis in order for you to start play therapy with a client. Diagnosis is not even necessary. So play provides a safe space for children to be free to be themselves without judgment. In every other space, they are judged, they are compared. They are compared to the other children in the classroom. They will come first in the class, second, third, or even last. They are compared to their siblings. How come John know when to do X, and every time you're supposed to do your chores, I have to keep reminding you, why can't you be like John? You know, sometimes that happens at home with the parents. So it is that space where you allow them to be who they want to be. no judgment. There is no wrong or right in that space. So it provides them with the confidence that they need to explore, right? There is no right or wrong. And the consequences are not like the real world. So they will develop that confidence to be, to express themselves freely. A child gets to make the world the way they want it. Now, there are some informing theories to why we do play therapy and where it all comes from. When we think of Anna Freud, which is one of the pioneers, she used play therapy as a means to facilitate relationship with the therapist to gain access to the child's inner world. She believed that play is a medium through which children freely can express themselves. McLean in 1990. So, and when you think about play therapy, it's not a new thing. So from 1919, people were actually using play therapy. In 1919, she discovered that talk therapy did not work with children and used small toys to elicit children's subconscious feelings and spontaneous communication with children under 6 years old. When we think of that group, again, the issue with language, they might not be able to express themselves as clearly, especially when something goes wrong. So play therapy then become easier and more effective in understanding what's happening to them. Virginia Axline, she wrote a book called Dips in Search of Self. And in that book, the concept of play and how it works was explained in a particular case that she spoke about. And this was in the 1940s. And she used Carl Rogers' person-centered approach to create what is called today child-centered play therapy or non-directive play therapy. There are about 10 and more, but we're looking at 10 today, 10 benefits of play therapy. What was mentioned earlier, when we think about play, we're thinking fun, right? You have that feel-good feeling. One of the benefits is fun. I find that when children come to the play therapy room, they don't think that they're coming to therapy. To them, they're coming to play, right? And so they remind their parents that they have an appointment. So if I tell them when, or they know it's every Wednesday at a particular time, they're going to be reminding their parents. There are some children who don't want to leave. I remember having a talk with one of my clients, and I said to her, okay, you're leaving now, bye. And she said, no. And I said to her, I'll see you next week. And she said, no. And I said, why? She said, because I don't want to leave. I want to stay here. And I said to her, but if you stay here, where are you going to sleep? She said, in the playroom. I said, okay. So there are some children who don't want to leave because to them it's fun. I had I think a 3-year-old. She came in the room, and for the first time she was exploring the room. 40 minutes is up, and I did explain to her that she has 40 minutes. So when 5 minutes is left, I'll let her know. And when the time was up, she didn't want to come out. There was nothing I could do to get her out of the room. I said, your father is leaving. She said, bye. Like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I don't want to lift her up and take her out of the room. I don't want to traumatize her in the process of trying to get her to understand that it's time to leave. And her father said, let's see, she likes sweets. So I got her chocolate and I come and I said, here's a sweet. You can come and get a sweet. She ignored me and she continued to play. Like, oh my word, what am I going to do? And then I ended up giving her a toy. That was the only thing that moved her to the door. Nothing else I did, right? So it is sheer fun for them, the best place for them. It provides a sense of freedom. As I mentioned earlier, there is no judgment. And in that space, they get to make the world the way they want it. If mommy and daddy not getting along in the play therapy space, they now have that power to make them get along. Right? So they can create that world that they want, because in that space, they are in charge. And I often say that you are in charge. Flexibility. It provides a level of flexibility, of freedom, and the list goes on. Let me mention freedom. Well, I was saying it before, that they get to make the world, they have that freedom to make the world the way they want it. And for flexibility, we're thinking about they can be good and bad all at the same time, right? And it is okay in that space. There is no judgment. It provides a safe space for them to play out the problems and feelings that they are dealing with inside. Now, play therapy is an integrative, holistic approach, right? It includes, yes, running up and down, but it also includes creative visualization. It includes storytelling, drama, puppetry and mask, art, music, dance, sand play, and sand worlds. So play therapy incorporates the creative arts. It incorporates movements, right? And in using these different things, look at creative visualization. That helps them with understanding and thinking. Storytelling is more about developing moral and spiritually. Drama, social relations. So the other section tells you exactly what it can help them work through and what it develops. And of course, dance and movement will be physical. Now, when we think about integrative, we're thinking about the creative arts that it involves. And also, when you think about holistic, we're thinking about the entire person, right? We're considering the child and their environment. So when the play therapist is working with the child, you have to have some background information. So you're not going to just take a child in the play therapy room and they start to do something and you start assessing without any background information. What will help you in your assessment is the background information. Without the background information, you could be making some false judgment. So the holistic approach involves the entire child, their environment, physical, emotional, social, cognitive aspects. All of these things are taken in consideration. School, what is happening at school, what is happening within the family setting. Now, for child-centered play therapy, one of the basics for that lies in Axline's 8 principles that she developed. And in working with children, using the child-centered approach, you have to have an understanding of these 8 principles. This guides you throughout the therapy process. 1, you have to be able to develop a warm and friendly relationship with that child. So it's important for you to be functioning at your best so that you can be warm and friendly, so that you can seem as somebody pleasant that the child can feel comfortable around. You should also be able to accept the child as he or she is. You're not trying to change the child. In that space, you accept the child as they are. You try to establish a feeling of permissiveness, right? You allow the child to choose. You allow the child to decide what they want to do. You give the child that power. You reflect on the child's feelings in a way that will help them to gain insight in terms of what might be happening to them. You also reflect on what they are doing. So there are two things you reflect on. And when I say reflect, you will make a comment about what the child is showing you in terms of feelings and what the child is doing, but only to give insight. So you're not going to be commenting or reflecting on every single thing that the child does, but enough to give that child insight into what might be happening to them. You don't attempt to hurry the process. You allow the child the time to work through whatever they are working through. And when I present the cases to you, you will understand these, it will become clearer to you, these principles. You respect the child's ability to solve their own problem. Gary Landreth, which is one of the pioneers as well, you know, in play therapy, said that you do not do for a child what they can do for themselves. So in the play therapy space, I have different levels of cupboards. Some are low and some are a little high. And I have a little stool. And the younger ones can use that stool to climb on and to reach to the top. So they might look up and see something on the top shelf and they're trying to reach for it. Normally, as adults, we go and try to help them and give them what they want. But in that space, I allow them to reach. I allow them to do whatever they want to do to get it. On one occasion, I remember a little child, she climbed on the stool to get something from the top shelf, but she still wasn't able to get it. And so she came down, she stopped for a moment, and then she went for the chair, because you have furniture that they can manage, that they can manipulate furniture for their side. So there was a little chair and she went and she got it. I was like, oh my Lord, what is she going to do now? And then she placed the chair in front of the cupboard. And then she put the stool on top of the cupboard. I said, oh, safety, safety. But before I could say anything, she aborted that plan and said, Miss, can you help me to get the sword down? And at that point, when she asked for help, that is the point that I intervene. So we have to allow them to figure things out, to problem solve, to work it out for themselves. Let them determine what they need to do to get to what they want. Now you allow the child, as I mentioned earlier, to lead. So they decide what they want to do. So when they come into the playroom, there are different things in the play therapy space that will reflect art. You have a sand tray that they can play in. You have music items. You have toys that reflect life, motor vehicle, food, dolls, dollhouse, prison, coffin, skeleton, sword, things for dress up, mask, Superman suit, all different kinds of things that reflect life. So when they enter, you explain to them the time that they have and that they can choose to play or not to play. And they determine what they want to do. So if they feel like doing art, they do art. If they feel like playing musical items, they play musical items. You don't determine what they do for that time. And that is for the child-centered play therapy. Remember earlier we said for the directed play therapy, the therapist is in charge. They determine the activity. So they plan in advance what activities they want to do with the child. But in the child-centered, which is the basis of play therapy, the child leads. They determine what they want to do. You establish limits only when it's necessary. So you don't give them a list of rules of what they can do or not do. But at the time, for example, I was explaining to you that the young child, she put the chair, the stool on top of the chair. And at that time, it's safety. I'm thinking safety. So I'd remind her of the safety rule, because at the start of the session, she told, I will only stop you if you try to hurt yourself or harm the toys or harm me. So at that point, I would interject to remind her of the safety rule that you might hurt yourself. And so for safety, you have to do something else. But you don't set a list of rules beforehand. But at the point when it's needed, then you can remind them of the rule. Now, Dr. Shetty at Child Guidance Clinic, he wrote an article in the paper where we're looking at mental health of children in Jamaica. And he pointed out that nearly 800,000 children in Jamaica, and nearly 120,000 children, 15%, have a mental health disorder. So you see the problem that we have. And nearly 40,000 children, 5%, have serious mental health disorder. Nearly 70,000 children in the range of 10 to 19 years might have a mental disorder. And the list goes on. So the situation is serious. And one of the things that UNICEF mentioned is that there aren't enough professionals to deal with all the problems that we're seeing within our children that are displaying right now. We don't have enough trained professionals. UNICEF also mentioned that there's about 80% of Jamaican children who experience violence within the home, and that this trauma have not just short-term consequences, but long-term consequences for their development. Because as children, the brain is still developing. And based on what they're experiencing can affect how the brain develops. Now, who is play therapy intended for? And we have the list right there. So for children who have ADHD, anxiety issues, anger issues, behavioral problems, experiencing loss and grief, it's a wide range. Persons having problems within the home, relationship, witness domestic violence, having nightmares, experience some level of trauma, selective mutism, and the list goes on. Difficulties at school, parents who have, been separated. How does the brain work? Now, we're hearing about all this trauma. We're also hearing that our children, so many of them are exposed to violence, and that many of them have mental health issues, some serious, but some not serious. What is happening? How do we get our children to understand how to manage their emotion? How do we get them to cope when they're experiencing violence and witnessing violence and there are issues within their household? How do we get them to cope? I was in the pharmacy a couple of days ago and I saw a popular Jamaican. She had her daughter with her. And the little girl, she probably is about 4. And she was just screaming and screaming. And I could see that mommy was you know, really frustrated and probably wanted to run and hide anytime. And I was like, oh my gosh, not in public, not no. I was like, oh wow. You know, I was tempted to say something, but I said, you know what? No, let me leave it. And others were looking on, and the child was carrying on. So mommy bent, picked up her daughter, put her on her shoulder to comfort her. Hey, that was not working. That girl continued to sing. She was singing. I don't want to be a singer, you know. So she was singing on the highest pitch. So the mother got so frustrated. She put her down, finished paying for what she came in, and just walked away and left her there. And then she saw her mother leaving. She got up, but I didn't stop the crying. I don't know why she was having this meltdown, what was happening. And sometimes I know when parents take children inside of a store and there are candies and so on, and they say, you know, I want this. And mom or dad says, no, you can't have it. Yeah, sometimes you get a meltdown like that. Now, when we think about the brain, put your fist like this one, everyone. All right, the brain looks something like this. And at the bottom is the brain stem, right? It's the limbic region, and this is the downstairs part of the brain. And downstairs in the brain, where your thumb is, this is where the emotions lie, downstairs of the brain. Now, the upstairs of the brain is the cerebral cortex. And that part of the brain is where the thinking takes place. That's the thinking part of the brain. So in that part of the brain, there's thinking, reasoning, problem solving, and planning. And so often you find that when you're dealing with children, you know, sometimes they get very emotional and they go off. So they are functioning in the lower part of their brain, the emotional part of the brain. And in order to get them to get out of that state, they need to get to the upstairs part of the brain, the thinking part of the brain, where they can reason things out and they can solve whatever problems that might be experiencing and plan in advance. Now, play therapy is that avenue that we can use to help children move from the downstairs part, the meltdown part, up to the part of the brain, the thinking brain, where they can reason. So play therapy, the creative arts, things like that, or anything that involves them writing. Because when you have to write, you have to think about what you're putting on the paper. If you have to create a sentence, you have to think about it before. And so because they have to think, then it can help them come out of the emotional state to the logical state. So writing, drawing, dancing, exercise can help them to move from the emotional state to the part of the brain where they are thinking and reasoning rationally, to the thinking part of the brain. Play therapy includes the creative arts, so it's an effective way to help them to start thinking through the problems. Now, this first case I'm sharing with you, the name has been changed to protect the child's identity, and no identifying information is provided. So I'm calling her Flowers. So Flowers is a 9-year-old female, and she was referred due to an allegation of sexual abuse. She was remanded and placed at a children's home. And her behavior at the home that she displays, yes, she had, you know, behavioral problems. She was using inappropriate language. She talked a lot, and that got her in trouble with her peers. She had a bit of nightmare. She was preoccupied with boys. She wrote letters to them stating she wanted a boyfriend and other things in the letters. She ended up in frequent fights. She just couldn't get along with the other children. And she described herself as being troubled. Now, she doesn't know her father, and she lived, before she came to the children's home, she was living with mother. And, she was living with mother. Now, at the beginning of therapy, I did a screening using the strength and difficulty questionnaire, and that covered different areas: behavioral problem, pro-social issues. It looked at their emotional state, and she got a score of 24, which is high risk. She was high risk for any disorder. At the end of therapy, the parent STQ was 5, meaning she was now low risk. And the therapy was terminated after 13 sessions. Now, play was mostly sensory and imaginative and pretend play. Now, this included her taking off the doll clothes, giving them showers. So we see here where she is, taking off the doll clothes and bathing suggests a vulnerable position. And then we're thinking of her background, that it was alleged that she was sexually abused. So background information helps you to, form the context of what might be happening with her. She often used a 2-headed monster, snakes, and I could see, in that there was a sense that she needed some sort of security, that there was something that was scary that she was trying to process. Now, at the end of the therapy process, Flores became more aware of her, more self-aware. Her self-concept was improved. The manager of the facility reported that she saw great improvement in her behavior, and she was now getting along with her peers at the home and at school. And I remember when I asked her at the initial stage, what makes you beautiful? She stated makeup. And towards the end of therapy, when that question was asked, her response was, how you feel about yourself. So we saw the growth. We saw the growth. The second case is the case of Pam. Pam is 4 years old. She's a female. And again, she was referred due to the allegation of sexual abuse by an 8-year-old boy. She lived with both parents, but her father had recently moved out of the house. She had a close relationship with both parents. But after the parents separated, the father left the home, mother had a mental breakdown. And the child, she was now confiding in the child the difficulties of trying to cope without her partner, her father. And this is an intelligent 4-year-old. And usually at that age, children are very sensitive to emotion. I believe that emotion is one of the first language that they learn, right? And so she was there providing comfort to her mother, who was distraught because the father had left the home. But the child herself was struggling with not having her father around because she was close to both parents, and the father was the one who usually played with her. Now, let me ask, what do you think will happen in the playroom? What are some of the things we might see based on the background? What are some of the toys that we might see coming out? And what will we see reflecting? There are two different things that are happening in this story. What do you think might come out in her play? Abandonment issues. Father has left the home. Anything else based on the background of the story? See both parents together, because of course she was close to them. They're getting along. Okay, good point. Both parents together has power to do that. We'll see what she does. Anything else? It's interesting that the two response is mentioning the separation and nobody's touching on the sexual abuse part. All right, let's see the wisdom in that. So, yes, Pam play was sensory in nature, exploratory and imaginative and pretend play. She used a lot of black in her drawing or painting. She would paint something and then she just put black all over it. And at one stage, she explained that her drawing was sad and lonely. Her play usually ended messy. Okay? And I'll show you pictures as we go along. She would take up all the food items and plates off the shelf and throw them on the ground. I remember on one occasion, probably after the third time of doing that, she looked on the floor after she threw everything on the floor, and she looked at me and she said, "Who is going to clean up this mess?" But what is she communicating in that moment? The chaotic life experience that she's going through with her parents at home. Who is going to help us? So this is really a cry for help. In that moment, it is a cry for help. My life is messy right now. That's what she's communicating. For the first 7 sessions, she used a jail cell as the home. Believe you me, in the playtime room, I have a dollhouse with furniture. That young girl went to the dollhouse, goes to the dollhouse and remove every piece of furniture. Take it, get the jail cell and set up the home inside, on top of, and around the jail cell. What is she communicating? Trapped. Her home is like trapped. It's crazy. No, could she communicate that in words? It wouldn't be that clear. It wouldn't be that for her to say these things. But she has the resources now to process what she's feeling. I am feeling trapped. I'm feeling like I'm in a prison at home. At no point does she set up home in the dollhouse. At no point. She removes all, every time she comes, she clears out the furniture and she creates the home around the jail cell. And I was like, wow, it's really difficult for this child to deal with. Separation of parents is a horrible thing for children. And especially if the parents not able to see eye to eye after the separation. It can be really, really traumatic, right? And she, after a while, about the third session, she started using a coffee. And she would put some miniature people inside the coffin, and then she quickly takes them out. What could she be communicating? What could she be communicating? Hopelessness. Something is like something dying. There is a death. I'm grieving. I'm mourning something. Something died. And when there's a separation, we grieve. Because the father, and I'm, seeing this happening, and I'm speaking to him, and I'm saying to him, Dad, you have to put time in your schedule for your daughter. It's not good enough to just be sending money. Compare what's happening now to when you were with her. He was the one who would play with her. He would help to pick her up from school. He helped to put her to bed. He helped her with her homework. And then after the separation, it's like he's just disconnected totally. It's hard for her. So I'm saying you have to think about consistency and setting time for her every week, even once per week, so she knows that this is my time, right? So we see she's grieving. It is hard to process all that is happening. At one point in the 8th session, she got out the miniatures and she had some people and she put them to sit and to watch TV. And then she said, the whole family is sick. And then she went to the doctor's kit and got out of an injection and said they need a shot. What is she communicating? My family needs help. My family needs help. And so children will play out those problems and issues that are closest to them in their free play. Right? We can see Pam trying to process the separation of her parents, and it's really hard for her to handle. That's a graphic picture of what she created. So remember, I'm telling you that she takes out the furniture from the dollhouse and she puts them around and on top and inside the prison. So we have the prison at the front there. We see the bed and we see the bathtub on top of the jail cell. And we see the mess. It doesn't look too organized. It looks very messy. Her play is usually very messy. And I took this one so that you can see the dollhouse in the back there. So she cleared it out. Just a few furniture was left. And see, she set up inside now a room inside the jail cell. All right. I'm wrapping up now. So it is clear to us that play is a child's natural medium of communication. That's how they process and understand the world around them. And at their age, they don't have the vocabulary, the younger children, to truly express what is happening. And when we can provide this opportunity for them, they're able to set up the world and to express what is truly going on in a graphic way, in a clear way for us to understand. And these two pictures that I'm going to show is not related to any of these two cases, but just to give you a picture, I want you to look at it and tell me what you think is happening to this child. This is an older person now, a teenager. No, at the time she was 12. And I asked her to draw me a picture of herself. And sometime later, I gave her this activity. It says, what is the color of your heart? And she's supposed to choose 3 feelings that she mostly have and give them a color and fill them accordingly in the picture. And we see sadness taking up what? Half or more than half of her heart. And we see, anxiety. That was the black is anxiety. And sadness is purple, so taking up a big chunk. And you see the space that she gave happiness? Just squeeze in between both anxiety and sadness. Just a little squeeze. Now, without understanding the background of what's happening to this child, what thoughts will come to your mind seeing these two pictures? What could this child be going through? Probably feeling unwanted, feeling abused. Family issues. Feeling unloved. You're all right. Yeah. She has some serious family issues at home and she feels unloved. She even has suicidal ideation. So these are the ways that children are able to express themselves clearly in graphic ways for us to pick up that something not right. Right? We need to intervene. So let us use some of these techniques in terms of art instead of, sometimes asking them to repeat over and over what has happened to them. And we heard earlier that can re-traumatize them. So let us use some of these basic techniques. And for those of you who have interest in play therapy, you can find ways and means to get the knowledge of how you can use play therapy to help children who are healing, who are hurting. The National Association of Play Therapy, we have our yearly conference. And from time to time, we go into schools and other places where we do intervention or we do activities with children to sort of help them, to cope with whatever they might be experiencing. So play therapy is, in fact, the way to go when working with children at this stage. I hope you're able to learn something new today. We covered a lot, and I know we have run out of time. So thank you so much for participating. The question is, do play therapy work with children who are autistic? Yes. In the play space, they don't have to speak. And so you see, this child was working out her issues just by moving the toys around without words. And that helps them. So you don't have to have a good vocabulary or be able to speak in order to do play therapy. So yes. Any other questions?
Meaning that with children such as you have mentioned this afternoon, then we have answers or personnel to manage these cases. How do you cope, or what's the plan for the future to help more children?
Thank you for that question. I think we need to be, we're looking now and seeing the benefits of play therapy. So the more persons we can expose to play therapy through workshops, through seminars, through training, will help us. And not just clinicians, social workers, psychologists, but even teachers. Because children are at school. So if we can train, expose guidance counselors as well as normal teachers to play therapy, then it can help us so that less persons will be coming to the psychologist and less children might end up coming to the social workers because we have the teachers and the guidance counselor being equipped with this technique, with this skill, so that they can intervene from that level. The only thing is that play therapy in Jamaica is fairly new. We have to work out accreditation and certain things that would be necessary for training. So persons can be, fully accredited and we don't have to think to go to foreign, but get it here. So the National Association of Play Therapy is looking at that right now to see what can be done, and we will be working with other colleagues to create something here in Jamaica where persons can, at the end of it, say, confidently, I am a play therapist and I'm practicing play therapy. Another question?
And I have done some work down. I may be working with children and I do and set up artwork, give them something to draw. And here I have discovered that this particular child has some sort of a situation like that. What do I do? Where do I refer? Who do I go to? What's the next step? Because I believe that there are many of us in Jamaica here who works with children apart from social workers and those professionals. For example, the Sunday school teacher, substitute teacher, or person who work with children like and there are different groups that have work with children. At the school where all different kinds of children are. So if I discovered something like that in a child or in a what do I do as the I know that something is happening with this child, but I'm not sure where to go from there.
Thank you for that question. Each school should have a guidance counselor. Right. All right. So the one way is to contact, you can have a discussion with the parents or the guidance counselor from where the child, depending on which school the child attends. Another thing that you can do, the Child Protection and Family Service at play therapy, free of cost. And the National Association of Play Therapy has persons who are practicing play therapy privately, right? And so you can give us a call as well. That number is 326-5498. So if you meet up upon children who you think play therapy would be able to help them based on what they're experiencing, you can give us a call and we will try to get you a play therapist who can do private sessions with that child. Or you can call CPFSA. What's the number? 211, and you can
childprotection.gov.j. Home at childprotection.gov.j. Report at childprotection. Report
Report at childprotection.gov.jm. You can provide a WhatsApp number, which is 176 876 878 288.
For private cases, 326-5498. For the National Association of Business. 326 5498.
98. All right.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you so much as we get ready to go into our
You don't have any card?
events. So simply come and do.
Yeah, and the one private decision. Yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Please accept this token from us, as our gratitude for coming to share with us, today our second annual symposium. And also we are, celebrating the Department of Medical Social Work's 60th anniversary as well. Thank you. So you joining us today, you're helping to keep us, you pique our interest for those of us who have not been exposed to play therapy as yet. And I'm sure for the persons who are with us in the audience and those who are online would have learned much from your presentation, and I'm hoping that it also pique their interest. And they will move forward and will continue to work to improve their competency and to become practicing therapists as well. So please accept this as a token of our appreciation.
All right, so at this time, we're going to be asking our final presenter, is Dr. Sophia Lovemore, and I'm sure many of us have heard that name before. I am not going to be reading all of her biography. I'm going to be reading just the important ones because we are struck by time. Dr. Longmore, she's twice appointed to the Senate, the upper house of Parliament in Jamaica, actively contributing to governance at the passage of over 100 pieces, of legislation. She served 2 consecutive terms as president of the Jamaica Psychiatric Association. She's a published author and researcher. Print, radio, and television experience, frequent contributor to newspaper, magazine, radio, television, and social media. She's what we call Beauty with a Brain, former beauty queen, Miss Jamaica Universe 2000. And this is hint as the most important thing. She is a mom to 2 boys, and they say that it's the most important thing to her. So I want you to put your hands together and make welcome Dr. Sophia Long, and she will be coming to talk to us on regulated good mental health, the do's and don'ts. Put your hands together and make her welcome for the students. And remember, you don't stop clapping. The microphone, right? I've not touched it yet, so
Oh, I never heard that one before. Thank you so much. Just for my plug-in back, yes, that's I'm going for. So the PowerPoint is here. I joined you on this. PowerPoint. So okay, so if I'm, good afternoon, everyone, just working on the technicalities. Am I able to share? Your screen? Ah. Oh, yes. Yes. All right. Are you guys hearing me and everything? I guess online. Is there somewhere to confirm that online is hearing me?
We check in the chat.
Yeah, okay. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. First, let me just, thank you. First, let me just explain the attire. I'm coming from my kids' sports day. So the sports day was supposed to have been another day, and then when I confirmed to my good friend Kay Clark here, who remember me, we're coming from, I was a resident way back when she asked me to do this, I had to do this. And so I just came straight. So apologies for the get up that I'm in right now. Nonetheless, I was very happy when I came in and I was here at the tail end of that presentation because as you know, in different capacities, I try to address some issues. And I remember January last year, as we went into the coming into the new year, I had an article published, and the title of the article was Playing the Power Tool Against Violence. And essentially, this has been something that I have been pushing for so many years in terms of the power of play, in terms of how we address the public health crisis of violence, because it's really at the basis of the interconnections between persons, and one of the best ways to address it is play. So I was very happy to hear that in this social work forum, where you are so very oftentimes having to deal with the practical fallout of the very heavy issues that we face in the society, that you are now incorporating what I find to be one of the most effective ways of dealing with the social issues that we have to face. But that being said, I was invited here to address, sorry, let me just try and minimize some of these things off my screen. If I can see how to get the slideshow going. Is this one? Right. To address, I think, mental wellness, how to help or how to advise you who have to work in this such a very stressful environment. And at the end of the day, you are like us, a psychiatrist. You are dealing with the brunt of the circumstances. And oftentimes, as Ms. Clark and Ms. Edwards, who's familiar with my wardrobe, will know that I am very holistic in my approach, biopsychosocial and spiritual. And no matter how much you bio, which is usually the pharmaceutical, if you don't address the psycho, the social, and the spiritual, you won't get anywhere. And in that, the social, because the social is what deals with the human factor, the actual interrelatedness between the individuals and who they interact with. So there is no question as to the brunt of the work that I know that you guys have to face. And so I'm here now to hopefully impart around how you can cope with dealing with some of these issues. And note I put mental wellness. So in another capacity, one of the other efforts in terms of dealing with mental health care is trying to reframe mental health care away from the very stigmatized mental health connotation and mental illness connotation to mental wellness. It is about your mental wellness. And immediately people are more relaxed. Immediately people are like, oh, that's something I can buy into, that's something I can listen to, yeah? Rather than even wanting to dare ask a question about mental illness, it is much easier to ask a question about mental wellness. So that's another effort, whichever forum I get to, I am pushing mental wellness, and let's start putting that out there for persons to realize that this is just the regular thing of taking care of your entire being. Yes? All right. So what is it? It is mental health refers to the spectrum that you experience with good health and mental illness. Yeah? So that's health. Good mental health, you are feeling good, you respond appropriately, you cope with the challenges and the stresses in life. Of course, life is not always smooth, it's not always rosy. When you're in good mental health, you're able to cope with the unexpected. When the curveball comes, you can either sight it, catch it, or throw it back. But it's not going to impact you, yeah, in a way that is lasting. And poor mental health, of course, is the opposite of that, where even circumstances that should be manageable become very challenging for the individual, right? And of course, that goes from just mere mild things like anxiety, insomnia, depressed mood, to the very serious psychosis, homicidality, suicidality, etc., etc. Yes? And so, you know, different forms of mental ill health that you may come across, not just in your workspace, but in you, within your own space that you function. And one of the reasons I relate this, you know, not every job, there's a reason you are a social worker. There's a reason I am a psychiatrist. There's a reason I am not a pediatrician. There's a reason you're not an accountant. You have certain skill sets and you're pulled to a certain field because you are aware of what that might entail. And not everybody can do what you can do. And for social workers, you have to be empathetic to the circumstances that you're dealing with. You must learn where to draw the line because it can be easy to get overwhelmed. I personally don't know if I could do what you guys do. I honestly don't. Because when you go and you see the magnitude sometimes of the circumstances that you have to deal with, and then you look at the resources that you might have to work with, you can get overwhelmed. And if you don't know how to separate that workspace from when you can carry that home with you, you can carry the sexual abuse that you see, you can carry the sentiments of the child. If you have a child yourself, it can affect how you relate to your own children. The sleep issues, the health issues, sadness, family relationships, school and college worries, self-harm, loneliness, suicidal thoughts. These are all circumstances that you may have to encounter, but you yourself may have to deal with or process on your own. And so, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? You're having a conference for your own professional development and support. You are actually developing an organizational culture within your space. Look at what's happening here. All right, this good? Oh, okay, all right, good. It's schizophrenic. It's temperamental. All right, I should say. All right, that's this. All right, so you are basically, and it's good for the persons on that. Yeah. So you're basically instilling that organizational culture of awareness to the issues that you may face. And you're actually seeking to put the mechanisms in place to deal with it. So organization culture in general are basic assumptions held by that particular group. And you want to also try to indicate what is acceptable behavior, what is safe behavior, and what are the interventions to address what might not be within those behaviors. Yes? And so when it is lacking, when you don't have, and I started off with this because I can see I'm not sure how long this type of forum has been going on for, but I can see where there's an effort to foster a social work movement of social workers who are basically trying to create that sensitivity and resource availability for yourselves in terms of dealing with issues that you're dealing with. Don't know what's going on with the technicalities here. Yeah. You don't have another mic? Okay, what's another one? I was looking for it. That one. Sorry. Mic check. Oh. Right. All right. So we'd like to get the mic, please. Yeah. So while we're doing that, it's about what it is that you are fostering within your own workspace with the full awareness of what your challenges are and creating strategies to try and address them. Yes. So, I mean, you might want to contemplate things like a policy development around mental wellness within social workers. Things that look at staff, healthcare, and welfare of your social work. Even looking at the curriculum planning and what it is that within the tutelage of your course, of your work of study, that you're incorporating your own wellness practice in it. It is realizing that we are all human. You are going to be challenged with certain issues. And how are you, even within the curriculum, how can you actually frame solutions to that? And also seeking resources for that. So your culture, your school culture, and your environment are things to consider in this. And I mean, I created something that is you want to have an environment that is safe and calm, it is controlling, it is controlled. Should I wait on you, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, but takes away from the presentation.
All
right. Right. You want to actually promote the ethos that fosters a culture of connection within the space that you're working, and provide inspirational role models, provide diverse and inspirational role models for your staff and visitors alike. You want a curriculum that enables the students to engage and see themselves and their families reflected and supported in that curriculum that sees to your mental wellness. Of course, support services like what we're doing here and other factors to consider in terms of what other resources. And I'm going to be getting into this a little bit later. Right? You want to ensure that persons are sure of where they can access help if needed. And I'm talking about you now, not the people not your clients, but I'm speaking about you, what resources you have, right? Even things like a website, communication within families and so forth. And of course, you have a voice. Partnerships with communities and local agents that might be around. Always have an assessment, reporting, and report. So, what we want to do now is essentially, thank you. Right, thank you. Thank you. So after all of that, what I wanted to do was give that kind of context of recognizing that this is an organization and that the organization should consider the adoption of a policy towards providing mental wellness enablement for its clientele, for you, the persons who are part of the organization. And what do you get when you are affected by some of the issues that might be affecting you? What do you get? Absenteeism, presenteeism, we all know what presenteeism is, yes? You're present for work, but you're not really here. You're physically here, but the head stays not here, right? Disability claims, injuries, illnesses, grievances, complaints, turnovers, legal implications, and depression in the workplace. So what can we do? Understanding the most much of our focus has been in avoiding and responding to mental illnesses, but in this space, you're not able to do that. Realistically, you're not able to, right? So, as always, my advocacy is for the holistic approach. The holistic approach to your self-care. And this ties in with the play that was mentioned before. Because each and every one of us, no matter how young, how old, no matter what age, what stage, we should all be playing. And I want for you to recognize that when you play, when you play, you're physically engaging yourself, you're socially engaging yourself, you're mentally engaging yourself, and you're spiritually engaging yourself. So in the power of play is one of the most efficient ways of seeing to your overall well-being, but especially your mental wellness. Now, what does social health factor? Family first. We always recognize this. And from family and community. Of course, I know as he goes through the door, the microphone on. As the man got through the door, the microphone gone. I think you need batteries, right? It was like time as he went through the door. The microphone went. Yeah, right? So it's no, it's amazing. As he went through the door, it's like a key time. Right. So what here comes? Brethren, walk with some battery, man. So I go back to it, and I don't have to tell you what social health really is. But a lot of times persons don't recognize the importance of it with respect to the fact that this is the basis of community and nationalism. When you consider that your family is your first point of contact, this is where you learn how to deal with grievances. This is how you learn how to share love. This is how you learn about discipline. This is how you learn about perseverance. This is how you learn about self-esteem and self-value. And when you have that breakdown at that level, at the end of the day, when you finish moving out of that space into the greater community, into the greater nation, you are carrying what is learned there. And so our social connections are paramount. Our social connections are significantly important. But the real thing now, in your lives, you're going out there, you're dealing with all sorts of stress and strain. And you are even more intimately tuned with the value of relationships. We have a thing now that people are talking about, which is toxicity and toxic energy and toxic relationships on the positive side. This stuff is real. You have a thing about your intuition. Your mind tells you X, Y, and Z. This is not something to be ignored. The fact of the matter is we are social beings, we're social creatures. And if you are seeking to establish a relationship that is not going or not being productive for you the way that you think it should be, you need to address it. You need to pay attention to it, because at the end of the day, it is going to weigh on you and it's going to affect your overall functionality. Whether this is in your workspace, whether this is in your family, whether this is even just on a social, like a matter where you go out and you go play netball. and you recognize that that space is not being what it should be, take a step back and reanalyze it, analyze it and say, hold on, what can I do to fix this situation? Because it is valuable to me for a particular reason. And sometimes you need to just take a step back from it to see it for what it is and create a solution. Maybe get the advice of someone else, maybe seek some, do some research on how to address it and so forth. But the bottom line is that, especially where your job is so tied in with interacting with others, you have to be very aware of those interactions. And you almost have to be protective of the ones that are positive and cognizant of the ones that are negative and seek to address them. Right? Now, I have down here solitude versus solitude and social. Now, this is something where I encourage persons. There's a way to socialize. People believe that for you to socialize, you have to go out and interact with others. But there is a kind of dynamic thing that is called solitary socializing. This is where you engage in an activity that is you by yourself, but it allows you to be able to socialize around it. So if you are into baking, you can bake a cake and share it or sell it. You can paint a picture by yourself or take a photograph and showcase it in a gallery. You can write a book and put it out for publication. You can take photographs and join a photography club. You can be a person who practices Christianity in your solitary space, but you go to church. So what it is that you are engaged in activities that are inherently of your personal interests, but it allows you to be able to socialize around it. And this is very, very important for your individual development. Because a lot of times, especially when you are, and I'm going to go into some kind of psychoanalysis, especially when you are a younger sibling, where you usually are kind of taken along with the older ones. You don't get the opportunity to explore your own interests. And sometimes you're charted along a particular path. And it's when you are later on in life that you realize, hold on, this really is not me. This is really not my thing. This is not really what I am. Yeah? And sometimes we have to literally allow ourselves to hit a wall or to recognize and be truthful that this is not about what I am, and seek exactly what that is, that may be your particular interest, and explore it. Right? So our social health, very critical, very important, and very relevant to our overall mental health. Of course, our physical health, I mean, we all know about this when we think about health, but diet, exercise, sleep, recognizes that your body is a temple. Your body is an instrument that you have been given by this universe to go out there and do your purpose. Right? And I'll get more into the purpose a little bit later on. But you have to be cognizant of what it is that you're nourishing this temple, what you're putting into it. Exercise. I said to people, you don't need to do anything crazy or expensive to start an exercise program. Get a comfortable pair of shoes and literally stretch for 2 minutes, walk in one direction for 20 minutes, turn and walk back and stretch again. Do that 3 times a week and you have started an exercise program. The most important thing, what's the most important thing you think when you want to start an exercise program? What's the most important thing to do? Motivation, consistency. Sorry, get a coach. Make it practical. All of those are important. But if you don't find the time in your schedule, Everybody is unique in what? You need to know when I can carve out 40 minutes to do this, or half an hour to do this. And guess what? Even if you start off by saying, you know what? Me know that every morning I can do it now. And every morning you get up and you think about it for the half an hour, you know? You're already processing the half an hour time. You're already finding the time. And that's a big step towards it because you have identified the time. The next thing is now to motivate you to use that time, utilize the time. But a significant part of it is accomplished once you have found the time. You don't have to do it expensive with the wonders of internet and so forth. If you have 5 minutes, you can go on Google and you on YouTube or Google and say 5 minutes intense workout, 5-minute yoga session, 5-minute cardio session, 5-minute weightlifting at home. And then we show you things to do with your chair and your table and the dog and the book and listen. Right? You have the power of technology to enhance all of this. So you can tailor your exercise plan. But the critical thing is to find the time. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Very important to rest and recharge. Rest and recharge. Don't shortchange it. And also again, go with your natural flow. If you find that you naturally are waking up at 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and not because you stress out, and not necessarily because you stress out, it's just that is probably your natural rhythm. Go with the flow. Maybe that is the time that you need to wake up, and you have a few minutes on your own to process what we will go to, some of your spiritual practice, to get the exercise in, to plan the day, to prepare the meals, to get started with the preparation for the school so it's not intense for the kids when you're getting them out. Don't fight what your body is naturally doing. But as long as you feel rested, it's good enough. All right? And I forgot to put the hydrate. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Drink the water, drink the water, drink the water. And every time when you drink the water, think about going out and go plant a tree to make sure so we have more water. Right? Because that is a very real thing. Right. And our mental, so all of these things, let me just skip this one and go to the spiritual and then I go back to because this was up different. So most people ask me, Dr. Lama, so what is spiritual health versus mental health? How is it different? Our mental health deals with our behavior, our emotions, our cognition, and our perceptions. This is a different. So mental health, how you feel, how you behave, how you act, your behavior, your attitude, and your thinking, sequencing, organizing, abstracting, planning, and how you interpret the environment. So that's your vision, your hearing, your sight, your touch, taste, etc. That's mental health. That's the components of mental health. Our spiritual health is that sense of who you are uniquely. That sense of purpose, that very individual thing that makes you you in this vast universe, that you belong to something bigger than you, but within that space, you are uniquely you. That little thing inside of you, that little light inside of you, that we all have. And for whatever reason, life sometimes tries to dull that light out. Not life, but elements in life. And for me, I'm just highly generational, highly impacted by generations. Because your value for self can come through the generations or the lack thereof. And personally, having practiced medicine for 20 odd years, etc., this is our most important aspect of health, in my opinion, our spiritual health, because that is what determines who you want to be physically, what you want to the relationships you want to engage in socially, and also your mental wellness, your happiness level, etc. So in my mind, this is where a lot of focus needs to be. And especially for persons in a field of practice like yourself. Because you are in a space where your purpose is so potentially impacting on the lives of others. You are in a space where you are seeing oftentimes the fallout from when that person's little light is being dulled. No matter what, and I refer to this, I probably don't get into it in the boardrooms because it's a psychiatric practice. But no matter how much we try to psychotherapy, or we try to medicate, if we don't seek to reignite that light in the child who is abused, or in a person who has an alcohol problem because they're trying to dull the trauma in their mind, if we don't find a way to reignite that little light inside of them, it's not going to happen. They're going to be either ending up being going further down the path in a very poor prognosis, or be very, very dependent on medications. And that's a part of it. So when I say that just even for yourselves, it is a holistic approach. You have to take the time. Sometimes in what you encounter in your fields, you sometimes have to question, dear God, can I do this? Can I really take this on? Can I really, really help this person? Can I really put myself in that space? You have to go back to, you have to come and meditate, you have to go to prayer, you have to talk to God, you have to take those moments when you wake up early in the morning and you don't know why. Maybe there's something that you need to process. Maybe it's something that you need to seek some answers about. And that is our spiritual life. That's that little voice inside that is saying to you, there's something that you need to resolve, something that you need to build on, something that you need to explore, because it speaks to your purpose. It speaks to what you uniquely are about, and nobody else can do that. All right? And so I encourage this aspect of our health: meditation, yoga, church, whatever mechanism, going for a walk, going to the beach. It is getting in touch with our environment, getting in touch with our creator, however you wish to. But you need to make the time to do that, especially when you're dealing with the stress of anxiety. And when you go through, if you deal with your physical health properly, your social health properly, and your spiritual health properly, your mental health gets taken care of. If you deal with the others, you fix the mental at the end of the day. If you deal with others, you fix the mental. And when it comes to mental, there are two quick things that I would just quickly say. Laughter is the best medicine. Laughter is the best medicine. Don't underestimate it, no matter what is going on. If you can see the humor in it all, half the stress is already gone. Right? And worry does not help. It don't help. It doesn't help to worry. It helps to think and figure out solutions, but it doesn't help to worry. Worrying is, or being concerned is natural, yes. But like everything else, our emotions are on a spectrum. When you've gone too far with it, that means that you're putting your mindset in a kind of a state of hopelessness, which is never good. So always maintain hope, and worry is almost futile. And laughter is the best medicine. All right? So just a little thing about how you can care for your mental health. Directly acknowledge how you're feeling, being true to yourself, checking with loved ones. Checking with loved ones. What you give, the energy you give is what you get. Yes? Journaling is a big part of it. Limit exposure to the news. Yes, big one. I mean, not just local news. Walk on out in the world, some everything's sweet. Yeah. Practice deep breathing, read a book, seek out mental health resources, watch funny movies, right? Sorry. And depression in the workplace, which is what we're trying to avoid mostly. We want to create mentally healthy workspaces, etc. Have programs and practices that promote and support mental wellness. Safeguard employee confidentiality. That's a big part of it. You want to know that wherever you are, your disclosure is held in confidence. And I mean, especially where you know that everybody else is also dealing with a lot. You want to know that yours are confident. And this is just a little bit of elaboration as to what we can do. I had gone with that. This is just a little calming technique that I wanted to share. Sometimes when the anxiety gets too much. So this is just, you can download this. It comes too much sometimes. You breathe in, hold it, breathe out as it goes. Just sometimes when we're getting a little bit anxious and a little bit overwhelmed. Likewise, this is another one. So you have technology that is being incorporated in how to care for self. Just wanted to expose you guys. Don't have to go into too much details on this, right? Grounding. Simple act of walking barefoot. I don't know if you can think of walking, and I mean, of course, clean spaces and so forth. Not telling to go, but if you take off your shoe and walk in Hope Gardens and just touch the ground, do you feel anything? It feels great. Feel energy directly off. All right, let me take the next steps further. Think of your grandmother's house. Think of your grandmother's house or the house that you grew up in. The yard, not the house, the yard that you grew up in. And walk barefoot in that yard. Doesn't that feel different? Yeah. So there's even different elements, and it goes to the connection that we have with our earth. It goes to the energy flow, and this is real. I'm not talking just off the top of my head, but there is actual energy flow that happens. And this is why our beginnings and the generational awareness is so important, because we are actually connected. If you think of a baby turtle being born and instinctively comes out of the egg and goes straight to the ocean, and that's a baby turtle, and we as humans are so much more evolved. Imagine what our young children are born with as instincts. And so there's a connection that we need to be made aware of. And as you go out in your spaces, in your workplaces, you also have to be aware of this. You also have to be, it helps when you pick up on what this individual is going through and how you may be able to help. But you yourself must be grounded in who you are to make sure that you are able to take on the challenges, because I know it can be challenging. So the grounding has been scientifically proven to reduce pain, reduce stress, improve sleep, improve immunity, reduces inflammation, help with jet lag. So yeah, good stuff. All right, now the last quick thing that I wanted to just show you is in another capacity, I was brought in with the Minister of Health as a consultant, but that has failed, to help with the COVID-19 response in mental health. And what I did was basically crafted 4 audiovisual toolkits to be utilized in schools. The reason I thought of showing you and exposing you to this is because it goes through the 4 aspects of holistic healthcare. And this is a tool that I don't know if it is something that you would be interested in having as a tool, because sometimes maybe you're doing group presentations, exposure to schools or to teen groups, especially our children. You might find this useful. But at the end of the day, I just wanted to show you just a little reel that explains what it is. Because at the end of the day, it takes the magnitude of the problem that you face out there. Whatever you may have as a aid, I think might be helpful. So let me just show you this. volume. Are you guys, you guys not hearing it? Not hearing the audio. Sorry? So you guys have to be multitasking. Okay. Oh, y'all think of things, man. All right. What's it called?
Other visual technician.
Lay the foundation for yourself, physical, socially, and spiritual.
Hi there. I'm Senator Stop by Loma, Government Senator and Secretary. And my role is to help individuals like you achieve their best selves by mental well.
I'm more strategize of spiritual wellness.
Instead of others, walking up your emotions, bullying, basically leaking on social media, and stop the much of the social media. Because here's the truth. You have a right to be yourself and do whatever you say.
Don't suppress that anger. Calabasin is a great name to lower stress, helps with anxiety. Hi, I'm Shaka. By which is also and easy breakfast pancake, which is good to go. You can serve this with some honey. Come to it right now. I hope you found this video rewarding. You do have to determine your safe space by your mental wellness.
All right. So that is, like I said, just a little snippet of what it is. It's 4 videos in a series, and it's available if persons are in need of it, and you can utilize it. I can share them. And that should be it, I think. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Hope that helps. Just asking if there are.
Well, I'll just take one question for Dr. Longmore. Because we are strapped for time. So I'll just take one question. If anybody has any.
You used to sing? Somebody, I think she's one. No, that's a safely, in safe, clean place. Yeah. Yes, there is something there, but you can research it, but yes, there's significant data that is showing. So all of the factors that the list that was there, that's backed by data. So it shows that it helps with the well-being. And yes, wellness, it actually helps with their immunity, like I said. It helps with sleep issues. So it's actually, and they're taking it in other ways. So like you're grounding in rivers, riverbeds, that type of stuff. Real thing, getting right back to basics. What's up? Well, you'd have to look at the details of the studies that they did. But one thing could be if you're looking at happiness level, people can, you have scales measuring happiness. for the persons who might be insomniac or having sleep problems, they may report that after doing those practices, they're not as much anymore, etc. That's exactly, that's the whole point. And like I said, if you just think about doing it, you go outside and walk on that grass. It's a different feeling than if you go and walk on the grass in the yard that you. It's a different feeling. If you feel different. Right. Yeah. So that's not just, I mean, if I want to look at it and see, I will anybody do. It's no problem. Yeah. Leave it. Yeah. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that you have to be careful when you clean environments, etc., etc. Yeah. All right. No open wounds on your foot and all.
All right. We consider, I think about which grass to walk on.
Presentation is all about that.
I know.
There's so much more.
Those were the questions.
Yes.
I'm going to be asking Ms. Clark to come and make a presentation to Dr. Longmore. Her presentation was indeed much more than just grounded. All right. We want to say thank you to Dr. Longmore for taking the time out to come and to present us all this information. All right. Okay, so before I give you the I actually wrote a point to Dr. Longmore. Yes, I did. I wrote that. So we're talking about going and finding ourselves and transformation. And my journey of transformation is finding myself. And one of those journeys is gratitude. So I've been doing that in terms of gratitude persons that have impacted my life. And Dr. Longmore is one of those persons. So the point is finding strength of a woman. In the journey of life, I've witnessed your remarkable transformation from a young resident to a pursuing force of strength. Your essence defines convention, possessing a spirit that is both unique and sometimes misunderstood. Yet you remain steadfast in your authenticity, unhealing to societal pressures. You bravely shared your struggles, notably your battle with breast cancer, turning your own story into a beacon of hope for others. Facing similar challenges, this adversity has sculpted you into a more resilient version of yourself, embracing each moment with a new counsel of life. It has been an honor to stand beside you, to witness your courage and unwavering determination. Here's to celebrating you, Dr. Sapphire Longmore, a testament to the inordinable strength of a woman.
There it is. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I really do appreciate being here. Like I said, I apologize because they shifted the date of the thing for my boys and I see their mama bear here. But I had to be here.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together one more time. One more time. That was indeed lovely. I was looking for Mrs. Hemmings to come and do the vote of thanks. She stepped out because she has to do so many different things. But I'm going to be asking, when I finish, I'm going to be asking her second, Miss Clark, to just to come and say thank you. All right, because I just want to leave a little words with you, just reiterating, here, just reiterating what was said and what took ground. All right, that we give the best of ourselves and not what's left of ourselves. And that because we are citing the time that it is late, I hope that everyone has captured and garnered all the information and practical tools. And we threw it back into your everyday circumstances to put them all into practice. And to, as the theme suggests, be well, be there, live good. Thank you all and God bless you. Miss Clark is coming to finally say thank you to everyone. Yes, she said much pointed on you. Yes. All right, so it's been a long day. I am very thankful for you all. I want to say thank you to Dr. Langmore for coming and sharing with us. You know, we really need to pay attention to what you have said. And as you also mentioned earlier, our jobs put us at, increased risk of becoming overwhelmed and struggling with our mental health. So I'm hoping that throughout today's presentation, especially with your presentation, that we'll do some amount of introspection, some reflection, and recognize where or if there needs to be some amendments. Definitely, if you do not have a self-care routine, ensure that you craft one in the near future. As I said, it's been a very long day, but I'm hoping that the presentations that were shared with you today were food for thought and that you would have learned quite a bit about how to care for yourself. You know, we organized this symposium paying keen attention to social workers and healthcare practitioners, as we oftentimes forget about ourselves. We often do so much for others, and we only recognize that we need help when we're trying to pour from an empty cup. So, thank you for staying online with us. Thank you for being in-house with us as well. And as we continue throughout this year, and I've mentioned it a few times, that we're celebrating our Diamond Jubilee, I'm hoping that you, social workers, my team, that we will continue to showcase our skill set, to showcase our competency, and the persons, students who we are grooming, that will create an environment that's going to be nurturing to them, for them to become the social workers that we want to see and we want others to replicate. So again, thank you very much for joining us. And as the theme for Social Work Month says, when we're there, live good, take care of yourself. It's not just your physical health, but your mental health, your spiritual health, the social well-being. As Dr. Langmore said, if we cover all of those, then our mental health will be in good standing. Enjoy the rest of your day, your evening. But before we go, our honorary social worker, who, can you come to the podium, please? Yes, an IT specialist, and well-rounded. That's what social workers are. We have to adjust to our environment. We have limited resources, so we have to pivot and to make adjustments as necessary. We just want to say thank you. And this is a token of our appreciation. Hold on, let us turn so we can see the Thank you. So just a token of our appreciation. She was with us when this all started last year, and I'm hoping that as the years progress, she will continue to support us, support our endeavors. And we just want her to know that we appreciate her. We love her, and thank you for spending your day with us. I took the day. Thank you. So for the persons who are online, this is the end. Okay, well, can you text it? Just type it in the chat. That is
CEUs will be forwarded via email. All right, so this is where we end for today. Bye, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Lambert.
Thank you again. Much appreciated.
Thank you too. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Yeah, man. Good stuff. Awesome.
Oh,
Awesome.
did we start?
Yeah.
Okay, so we did. Can you just say it in this? I think I closed the one that had the chat on here. All right, yeah. Thank you, everyone who joined and stayed with us. We had some technical difficulties, but we appreciate you being here. The certificates, yeah, man, darling. Yeah. Will be shared by email. If you have not yet done so, stand up email for certificate. You should